Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I'm joined, as ever, by Robbie, Hands of Love Bellekom, Sam, Two Steps on the Water Burns, and Ellie, Shoes Thrown in a Lake Sparrow.
Aww, are we Kate Bush special today?
Apparently. I don't know what Kate Bush has to do with the number 180. I could have gone with a series of darts-themed ones, but apparently just like, nope, didn't occur to me today.
Apparently not.
The Hands of Love are calling for you to take your shoes off and hurl them in a lake.
I love Kate Bush.
And Kate Bush loves you. Much as Heathcliff loves Kathy. Or is it Kathy loves Heathcliff? I don't know. I've never actually read Wuthering Heights.
They both love each other, but they don't have a good time doing it.
Fair.
Did I summarise Wuthering Heights right?
I think so, yeah.
Sounds about right to me.
Speaking of summaries, it's time for us to ask future us to summarise what messages they have from the present. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/flintlocks-and-fireballs, link in the description. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason. Sorry.
That's how it goes.
Doop, doop.
And on that note, deep 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 deep
I might just leave that in.
It's time to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the party have, after much ado, made their way even further into the Cirrus Citadel, the long-lost sanctuary of sorcerers. After an extensive reckoning with the Shaper of Will, the party had the opportunity to rest while telling stories around a campfire at the behest of Napoleonic, the poet, in his guise as, or in his incarnation I should say, as Erden, the hobgoblin husband of the great Khan, Borte. Having told these tales and won trophies, mementos, of the truths they spoke, the party stepped into the bright light of a gateway. And as the light fades, you find yourselves... Let's go with this. as the light fades, you find yourselves splashed with cold water, harsh salt spray against your faces, the tang of the sea assaulting your nostrils, and the chilling cold of high water, wind, and rain. You blink for a moment and realize you are upon a ship. And it is a ship, albeit perhaps a ship of older make, not smaller than the Kraken's Bane, but by no means a comfortable little rowboat. Rather, the 5 of you, excluding pets, find yourselves on the.
There's so many of us.
So many.
Just collecting people at this point.
Yeah, on the deck of a. You think it might be some sort of early cog, perhaps. Certainly an ocean-worthy ship, but much smaller than the Kraken's Bane, and in much worse shape. The wood, the timbers are rotten, cracked and splintering. The ship does not yet have so many holes in it that it's sinking, but whoever owned this vessel has either not taken good care of it or has been absent for it long enough that it is a wonder that the elements have not sunk it.
Well, this is both reassuring and deeply disturbing.
Upsetting, yeah.
I'm
Frightening.
gonna guess the sea rather than
I mean-
probably the law bearer or something.
Like, sure.
Would
if
make
it's,
sense.
If it's not the sea, this is taking the piss, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It would be something of a red herring, yes.
A heavy crash of a
herring.
wave strikes the side of the boat, threatening to send you all into the water.
Right.
Do we need to stop the boat sinking, perchance?
Yes,
I think
let's
that might be a good idea. So let's start
let's get the
trying to
rigging
fix
down. Get the rigging
something.
down.
Yeah.
Victory.
Yeah.
Anything you could do to weather's your thing, innit?
Yeah, actually. Hold up. Let me see what I can do. She kind of sniffs the air, looks around at the looks around at the sky, and you kind of see her raise her hands up towards the sky and focus for a moment. Okay. I can do a little bit to stabilize the water around us. Does Victory have control weather? I think deliberately she does not. Right
Fair.
now.
Yeah, fair.
Because I'm pretty sure control weather is a real powerful one.
8th level, I think.
I think
Yeah,
it's
8th
really
level.
powerful, yeah.
Yeah, she does not.
Yeah,
she's not
it's
currently
got-
have
Earthquake instead.
control weather. So yeah, I could generate a gust of wind, maybe, or I could.
I think that we've already got plenty of.
Okay, in which case I can try and stabilise the waters around the ship a little.
I mean, that might help.
She
Just give us a bit of space to do some repairs.
she kind of focuses for a moment and raises her arms. With the winds sort of swirl up around her. The water of the rain kind of twisting around her in like almost like a little circular whirlwind or water spout. before she steps forward, grips hold of the bow of the ship, and you see a ripple or a pulse spread out into the waves immediately around. It doesn't stop the tidal waves, but in the area immediately around the ship, they lessen, weaken, and after a few moments, begin to stabilize and then push the ship forwards.
Shall I try just like doing a bit of repair and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. There's only so much to repair on square-masted ships like this.
I mean, there's some holes they could do with
Yeah,
not being
deal
there.
with them first. We'll try and get us.
I was going to ask, does it feel like there's like actual holes in the ship? Like, is there water coming in? Like, what are we talking?
So-
Because I have like a weird sideways idea if there is, but like, yeah.
So I would say that there are not massive holes in the ship,
Cool.
but the timbers are certainly leaking more water in places than you would like.
Right.
It's one of those ones where you suspect you'll need to dump bilge water a few times, once, at least a few times every hour.
Is it one of those ones where it's going to be hard to like find where the fault is? Because I feel like if there's a certain amount of water, it would be kind of hard to like figure out where the actual hole is.
Yeah,
Is there enough water for it to be like that, or is it like we can completely tell where all the holes are?
No, it's like that. It's not that there is
no
like
idea.
even necessarily damage per se. It's more like in places the tar that's used to seal up the ship has worn through,
Right.
and little bits of water are leaking through the gaps.
I have a thing.
Okay.
Fairy fire would be really great for working out where holes are in a ship, right? Because it outlines everything in glowing light. So, surely it would be a bit easier to see where a hole is in a ship, right?
Brilliant idea. Do it.
Right, okay, hang on. How do I do this? Get my guitar off my back, like, fiddle with it. And then, I'm gonna pick a bit of the ship that looks holy. And I'm gonna do fairy fire on it. 20-foot cube I've got.
Alright.
So wherever looks most helpful in terms of A, holes, and B, what I can get in a 20-foot cube.
You kind of scramble down to down into the hold, pick an area as best you can, and focus on it with the twang of the guitar. A pulse of little twinkly purple light outlines it, and indeed it is a little more concentrated in the areas where more of the damage exists. So I'm going to say that with all of you working together, you are able to make some headway into plugging up the worst of the holes.
I was gonna do an advanced mending on it if there's a spot where there's enough to do it.
Yeah, so, and with the use of fairy fire, you are able to identify points where...
I don't mind dropping more than one of those if that is helpful.
What level spell is it?
It's first level.
Yeah, I'm going to say the...
Yeah, first level, 20-foot cube.
Okay.
And I can do it within 60 feet of myself.
The...
Yeah, and you can't like level it up. So.
No, it's fine. Can you roll a luck check for me, please?
A luck check.
And...
That's a 10.
Okay. It takes you half an hour of identifying places to repair. So you will use up 3 level 1 spells.
It's up to 1 minute. So.
Oh, okay. It's up to 1 minute.
Yeah, sorry.
Fair enough.
A lot of things.
You
are 10
only need
minutes.
to do it I would say, however, though, it takes about 10 minutes
still takes 3.
of repair work to do, like, in each area. But you highlight where needs repairing, and then after about 10 minutes of Scamp doing advanced mending,
It's actually
you
fixed.
pick another area.
So we'll say I did 3 first level.
So
Makes sense.
it costs you 3 of the first level spells. Corzin, what are you doing during this? Victory is just focusing on stabilizing water, but how long she has to do this for will depend on what you get up to.
If the sails are intact and the rudder still is, I think it might be a good idea to use both in order to get us facing into the tidal waves, so that we're like cresting above them rather than having them hitting us side on.
Okay. Can I ask?
Would this be sailoring?
This is sailoring, please.
Right, cool. Okay, that is a 22.
Okay. The good news is that you are with a 22. That's very successful. You are able to get the ship underway. Actually, sorry, I'm going to ask you to roll that again because this is with disadvantage due to the fact that this ship is like really neat. Like a skeleton crew for this ship really is more like 30 people. So you are massively massively underhanded, even with Shanty and what dubious help Jeffrey can provide.
Is Jeffrey helping?
Okay, with disadvantage, that's an 11.
Okay. With an 11 then, that is not as good. I'm going to say it does take you half an hour to get the ship kind of underway. Part of that is the difficulty of trying to get the ship as ready as it can, like with functionally like 3 pairs of hands, because you can grab Celestia for some of it when she's not helping Scamp, but Scamp is on repair duty. So it's really you.
And I'm popping up and down the stairs if we're going on the leg. I find it and then I leave them to fix for a minute, so I'm not going to be there solidly.
You, Celestia, and let's find out if Shanty has any aptitude. And Shanty apparently has no aptitude on a ship.
Oh no.
Or at least not on this kind of ship. So no aptitude on medieval sailing ships. Apparently, whatever kind of... She mentioned working on a ship. Whatever kind of ship it was, she was
Might have
either...
had a motor or something.
There's either...
I mean, it could have been a cruise ship for all we know.
Oh god, it could have been the entertainment on a cruise ship.
She
We've
might
no
have been
idea.
a cook. You've
That
no
is
idea.
my headcanon.
But the point is, she is an untrained pair of hands helping you out here.
Right.
So you can really only manage this because Victory is stabilizing the ship and helping guide it. So it does take you half an hour, and thus, importantly for Victory, 3 castings of control water in order to get the ship underway and cutting and sailing in a direction that means you're not being under constant threat of being overtaken by the tides. However, with half an hour of work and the expenditure of a certain amount of magic, you are able to stabilize the ship and take some stock of your surroundings.
Alright, well done everybody, that wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't, but it's fine.
Yeah. Alright, so...
Good mending. Well done.
Yeah, no, that...
Yeah, I've never. I felt like I was. Actually, hold up. Let's just find this out. Yeah, like the ship I was on before. Nothing like this, and I worked as a cook.
That's
Right.
pretty
Okay, yeah,
reasonable,
that's-
darling. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Understandable. Right, okay. So,
Are you any good as a cook?
Pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Cracking.
Good to know.
Yeah, if you ever fancy making dinner, let us
At least
know.
I remember being good. I guess I'll find out.
I should introduce you to our friend Belle.
If you're excitingly bad, that will also be fun. So don't worry,
Yeah.
no pressure.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be cooking anything here though, because there are no supplies on this ship.
Nothing exciting.
Oh, good.
Cool.
I was going to ask about that.
Yeah, thanks for checking. Right. Okay, I have a question. Which way are we going? Like, do we see
That way.
anything? No, but do we
Would
see
I-
land? Do we see... what's our destination, folks?
That is an excellent question. If anyone would like...
Presumably, I would have a compass in my navigator's tools, but has it worked anything like I would have expected to?
Now, this is a
It
fun
too,
part. By and large, while travelling through the Cirrus Citadel, your compass has either not moved much at all, or sometimes pointed in weird ways, like spun in strange directions, or like pointed just, or like not done anything until you've passed like very very obviously magnetized iron objects.
Right, yeah.
Here, however, it does appear to point towards what you guess is a true north, or the equivalent of here. And because you thought to look for that, you can see faintly something in the distance. Peering out, the first thing you do notice is that the storm is ever present. The sea seems to stretch out in every direction, but but it's not utterly featureless ocean. Can I ask for another navigation check from you, Corzin? Because
Sure, absolutely.
you're the one most likely to notice this.
I'll give him a
I was
little
gonna say,
shoulder shake. Inspiration for you.
Excellent, that's D12. Cool. I was going to say, I was going to use my spyglass actually as a spyglass to see if I can see anything, but, okay, with the navigator's
Worth doing.
tools, that is a 22.
Okay. So the first thing you notice is that much like the first wing of the Cirrus Citadel you visited, some days ago, unfortunately, you think you were about 3 days in at about the point you went to you visited Phoebe the Seer. And you kind of started to lose a bit of track of time when you went through different time zone, like the different time periods. You think you were probably at Kronos, with the Reaper of Time for a few hours, but you genuinely have no idea how long you spent with the Shaper of Will at this point.
No.
Blast it.
Could have been a night. It could have been a night and a day. You could have been there a week. Like, you don't know. By making a generous estimate, or a hopeful one, you would guess 4 or 5 days ago, when you entered the Cirrus Citadel and you saw the sort of sandy domain of sandy Tethys, the storm. You noticed that the horizon didn't seem to work the same way. The same is true here. You normally, at about the height you're at now, you could see, I want to say like if you climb all the way to the top of the ship, and let's say you do, to get a better
Yeah, I'll go up to the crow's
Yeah, up to
nest,
the crow's
or what
nest.
passes for one.
very much what passes for one, you should be able to see about 6 miles distance. It'd be 8 on the Kraken's Bane, because it's got a higher mast. You're pretty sure it's more than that.
Further, like it's flat.
Yeah, you're seeing way further. The if anything, the limiter is not so much the curvature of Calcinea, it's atmospheric haze, or in this case, rain.
Alright, the horizon's weird. This is very, very flat.
Right.
Flatter than it normally would be on the sea.
What you can tell, though, is that there are islands. Most of them are... these are not like nice sandy beaches. It's more like you're sailing through a storm-tossed version of the Outer Hebrides.
Right.
You can spot distant crags of black or grey rock with, in cases, maybe some scraggly grass, you would guess, clinging to them. And you think... it's kind of like enough. You don't see major land masses, but you get the feeling that maybe you're going through some sort of chain of islands here.
Okay, I point in that direction and go, land ho! Well, not much of it, but definitely that way.
Yeah, it's heading north, on a direct heading north.
Right, do we think that's where we're going then?
Best bet at the
Well-
moment.
Cracking.
Yeah, I've got nowhere else to go. Might as well.
Yeah, let's go for that. Lovely. Got a
Victory
heading
nods.
then.
See if these sails work properly. And I slide back down the mast. For there is only one on a cog.
Indeed. With Victory no longer needing to just stabilise the waters, you do have another able sailor who can actually assist at this point.
Scamp, do you think you could... And he points up at the sails.
Yep.
So
I'm assuming you want wind rather than fixing there, alright, aren't they?
Yeah, wind for now.
Yep.
So we're hitting a point where we're going to be like a crew of sailors doing sailing, right?
Indeed.
People need
Yes.
to be... I'm so good at sailing knowledge, despite the fact that this is episode 180. Sailing podcast, but we're all going to be pulling on ropes and doing
Indeed.
things
Yes.
and running
Yes.
about being sailors.
We'll be
And
hoisting up the thing and manding down the
but
watchsets.
exactly, it occurs to me that shanties actually have a fucking purpose, don't they?
They
Oh,
do.
absolutely. Yes, they do.
So as I'm pulling the ropes and stuff that needs to be pulled on a ship, I'm gonna start windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys, and start up a shanty for help with the rhythm.
Indeed.
Of-
Excellent.
I'm sure Shanty will appreciate.
Shanty for shanty.
Indeed. And Shanty joins in with a thoroughly average singing voice.
It's alright, I forgot how to do keys when I just sang a little bit then. And I know how to sing, so
And
it's
you are
fair play.
faintly I've slightly lowered the music, but you are slightly fainting against the fine tunes of Mark van der Meulen in the background.
Maybe that's what threw me, actually. I think there's other music on.
Thank you once again.
It is
to
hard.
Mark van der Meulen for letting us use his music.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So
Much love, yes.
So you set to and begin making your journey north, always to the north. Here's where I need to talk mechanics for a minute.
Cool.
This is you are just about able to man this ship. It is a grueling task, but you are in a reasonably secure position. If you focus, and each person may make this choice individually. If you just focus on keeping the ship going in your forwards, heading north in your direction, and not not rocking the boat, as it were, not trying to do anything super strenuous beyond that, you will not suffer any penalties. If you take extraordinary action to do a thing, such as anything that results in me asking you to do a skill check, to a degree, or at least a significant one. If you go out of your way or take a major action to react to some sort of crisis, the impact of the driving wind and rain, the cold, and your exertions will inflict a level of exhaustion on you, regardless of whether you are successful or not in your attempt.
Okay.
Like the act of acting, of actually taking an action, will cost you a level of exhaustion.
Cool, because this is fucking tiring.
Yes, this is genuinely one of the worst storms you have ever made it through that has not been like an active... It's the storm itself at this particular moment does not feel like it's actively about to sink your ship, but if you let go of your... and you can just about keep it going, but anything more than this will tax you and hard.
Cool.
I will let you know when those moments begin. I may ask you for like lesser skill checks as you go, but I will warn you if you are about to take an action.
If it's significant enough.
A significant action.
Thank you, that's very helpful actually.
So,
Yeah.
can I please ask each of you, this is not significant, to make your choice of perception, let's see, perception, I guess athletics, or
Lol.
luck.
Oh god.
Perception, athletics, or
So
luck.
what you're saying is, do I want a 0 modifier, a -1 modifier, or a 0 modifier?
I'll go perception.
Hilariously, I'm going perception these days, actually. Sorry.
I'm gonna go
Scamp.
for luck, because
Is
sod
it
it.
sight-based?
This is side-based.
Okay.
I'm not strong and I'm not perceptive. Let's find out if I'm lucky.
19 perception.
19 also.
Oh, 15 luck.
Okay.
Cool.
I need to put some proficiency in some things.
You really do.
After some... You think about... Okay, so... Your luck holds in terms of the storm for the better part of 6 hours.
Oh, we're tired.
Yeah. The good news is that you all got the benefits of a long rest, even though one didn't exactly happen, thanks to the strange way time was passing in the storyteller's realm.
Do I need to be sustaining wind for this whole time?
You do not. In fact, I will say that after the one casting, to get them going...
It lasts 4 hours.
Yeah.
The
you
wind
are,
passes, is what you're saying.
you are able to... Yeah, your luck holds out, and you are able to gain... to catch just light attack and take advantage of the winds from therein. So you still make good way forwards. You take a little bit of time, like working in shifts, to all eat a little something during this time, but you do not have any opportunities for a short rest.
Okay.
However, as you go from hour 5 into hour 6, the storm swells. You find the winds growing higher, the waves growing higher in turn, and lightning becomes more frequent and closer. The good news, though, is that you are not towards the center of this storm. It seems to be passing you by. However, who got the 19 on perception?
Both me and Corzin, I think.
Both of you spot something. In the off to starboard, some distance away, you can see amidst the thicker parts of the rain, where the storm is raging higher, another vessel. What looks like another cog on trying to struggle through the storm. With a crack of lightning, you see a thunder. You see a bolt of lightning lance down and strike the ship, and the glint of fire catching on it, as well as the sight of its solitary mast coming down. You have now. You see the other vessel is now is very much at the mercy of the storm.
Were they on a parallel course to us?
They seem to be heading broadly north.
Okay.
This is really weird, but are there actually people on it? Because it's
Yeah,
weird
good
sorcerer
question.
land.
You do see, with a 19, you think you can see figures milling around on the deck.
Right.
Like, it's hard to see because they are some distance away.
What do we do? Do we alter course? Try and help?
What's that? Victory calls
how
out,
far-
squinting. What have you seen?
People on a ship.
There's another ship out there. It's
just
just got
got-
hit by
Can we-
lightning.
Can we get like a message to them? Just
Yeah, I
like
might
they're
send.
friendly.
What do I say?
Um,
Do you need help? Basically.
Yes.
hey, we're over here. Do you need some help? It's not great, but you know.
Actually, I'm going to be an asshole right now. I can't stop myself. So I gather the rainbow spirit into a little ball. Greetings from good ship Stardust.
Oh, come on. Davenport.
I give you all a giggly, challenging look. Noticed you got struck by lightning a bit. You okay? Need help? Can maybe alter course? Let us know. Bye.
The rainbow spirit flickers off almost immediately.
Just like the first person I can see. Actually, if any of them look like they're at the wheel, I will go for
at the
that
helm.
person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'd go for like the captain. And
Yeah, totally.
Celestia assumes that the captain's probably at the wheel.
Roll luck check.
Reasonable assumption.
Luck is 11.
Cool. You go for what you think might be the captain at the helm, and the rainbow spirit flits away and almost immediately comes back. What? Yes! Matey! Help! We are sinking! The ship is beyond saving. There's only one lifeboat. The others have been caught in the fire. Please, send help immediately!
Yeah, they're fucked. We got to go over there. All their
Alright, let's alter
all their
course.
lifeboats have been fucked up by the lightning. They're bollocks.
How many
How
have we got?
quickly do we think they're gonna sink?
That is so. To answer both those questions, in order, you have no lifeboats. You have one functioning ship.
Right. Fair.
They have one more lifeboat than we do, says Celestia.
The other question is, how long will it take you to get there?
And how long will they take them to sink?
Oh, how long will it take them to sink? Intelligence check from anyone who wants to make it.
Sure.
Sure.
Or a sailoring check.
I'll
30.
do sailoring then.
I'm not a sailory type.
Natural 20.
Yay.
Unnatural 20. Dirty 20, if you will.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Filthy 20.
The two 20s, you would say it'll take you about, if you tack straight into the towards them and fight your way through the storm, depending on how quickly you can get there, you could make it in 10 to 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. You reckon the ship is going to the ship is already on its way out. It will become unrecoverable. It's going to sink in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Right. Cool.
Alright, we're gonna get there quickly then.
We better fucking hurry up, hadn't we?
Do we have the teleportation circle with us?
That's a good question.
Did you bring
We
it?
don't, do we? I don't think we
No,
do.
you leave the
It's on
teleportation
the
circle.
we leave it
on
in the
Kraken's back.
sending room, I
Yeah.
think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or like, at least
no, 'cause
within
it
proximity of the sending room.
feels like a million years ago now, but we didn't take it with us when we went to Wayne Manor initially.
No, we didn't. I think we
No, we were
purposely
doing
don't.
normal teleportation to get
because-
back there.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
We were worried about bringing it.
How many people do we think are on this ship?
Based
How
on
many
what,
can we count?
based on what you've seen, and based on your estimates, I said that a skeleton crew for a cog like this would be about 30, which is about half a full crew. So it looked like the deck was reasonably full. There could be as many as 50 to 60 people in total.
Okay. That's a crew,
Alright.
which would be very helpful for us right now.
Yeah. I'm assuming they'd fit on our ship. That'd be fine, right?
I wonder what happened if we
Your
tried a
ship
teleportation
looks
circle
pretty
here.
similar to theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if
What?
I just opened a port? What would happen if we opened the teleportation circle and just shoved them through now?
Probably not the time to be experimenting with this,
No.
Scamp.
But
Or is it
if
exactly
we're
the
fucked.
time?
Am I-
Because their ship is sinking.
Okay, this is sorry, wrong person. All right, yeah, good, lovely questions. Are we moving the ship towards them or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Right. Well, Captain, don't know why I'm going there. Right. Okay, says Victory. Captain, I am at your disposal.
Brilliant. Get us there as quickly as you can.
Wind?
We'll yeah, we'll be needing more of that. Scamp, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Victory is going to. So Victory is so everyone. So I'm going to give you a 20 here. If you choose to make any significant action beyond just keeping the ship steady, we're in significant action time.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to say at this point, Victory is going to look to you, Corzin. Right, I can try and give us some. I can try and give us some magic to get us forwards with the water. Is this? I want your. I kind of need. You're the more experienced. You're the more experienced navigator. Should I just throw magic at this problem until we get our way through, or do we want to try and finesse it? I can conserve spells and support you sailing the ship, or I can just try and tame the damn waves.
Hold off until we're closer. If you can tame the waves, it would be more useful to do it once we're close to the ship and we need to get people off.
Right. Okay. Following your advice, Victory is going to throw magic at the problem, but she will wait to throw most of the magic until she gets close. So I'm just making a note of this. So Victory is choosing to act in this way. All right. With this in mind, Victory is going to burn her first spell to stabilize the waves around the ship and give you a boost to make your way forwards. I will say... Do you want to rely on Victory? You said you don't want to rely on Victory just getting you there as smoothly as possible. You want her to use most of her power when when you arrive. So
Yeah.
This will be an exertion to do so against the impact of the storm. But Corzin, if you wish to, you may make a sailoring check to try and navigate try and helm the ship steadily to get there in time.
Did you?
I will do that.
I will do a sustained wind as well. So,
Did you
I'm
use
burning
your
another.
inspiration?
I was going to say it's been more than 10 minutes, hasn't it?
Oh, bugger.
When did you get that?
I mean, I'll absolutely use it if it's there, but
The
you were
last
saying it
navigation
took...
check. I can't remember.
Oh no, that was 6 hours ago.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Might be worth another one, won't it? Yeah, bugger it. Give the xylophone a little kick and do a little shimmy, and there's rainbows, inspiration, hooray!
Okay,
Okay.
I'll say that you, with the two spells being combined, the control water is counteracting the disadvantage. The gust of wind, I'll say, the sustained wind, I will say, gives you a +2 to this.
Oh, great. Okay. So I'm going a sailoring of +10. Good. Natural 1, but lucky.
And a d12 if you need it.
I'm going to.
Cracking. Oh no. Glad I did that then.
Alright, so that is a grand total of 18.
Ooh. Oh, you rolled bad.
Does it feel like a little bit of bending fate might be useful here?
Astonishingly, no.
Okay.
So, as you kind of make your way forwards, Victory, you see, is trying to maintain control of the water, but she is having to fight to keep it going. And there's a moment where you're not sure if her concentration lapses or if there's just too much. She goes, "Damn it! I'm losing control!" And a surge crests into a massive tidal wave underneath the ship. You see the world sort of fall before you as you rise up on the crest of the tidal wave.
Everybody brace!
And through, frankly, just like a combination of Scamp giving you as favourable wind as they can, and your own just skill at managing the helm. When the wave crashes, you are not splintered from the impact, but instead propelled forwards, and able to make it to the ship before it starts breaking apart. Okay. This is one success.
Hooray!
Rubber water skiing weather this!
Yeah.
Everything's fine!
Corzin. So Corzin will gain a point of exhaustion at the end of this. You have acted
Sing
significantly.
shanties this whole time, determinedly.
All right. As you approach, as you get close enough to the ship, you can see that there is, frankly, very nearly a fight in progress around the one surviving lifeboat. It looked like they had 6. 5 of them are splintered or ashen at this point, with a lot of and the one lifeboat and the one surviving lifeboat is already in the process of casting off with what looks like, you would guess from the slightly fancier outfit, a grim-looking orcish captain and maybe just under a dozen of the crew that can get that were able to fit their way in. They are essentially fighting the others off with oars to try and make their way out. But most of the crew are stuck on the ship proper. However, you are close enough now that you can either try and extend what passes for gangplanks, or potentially try and swing across.
Well, bring us alongside.
Okay.
Just help
With
people.
control with control over water, you're able to do so. And in fact, this is the point when Victory is going to start burning magic to solve problems. So,
Excellent.
1, 2. Okay, so at this point, she as she brings you alongside, you kind of feel that, having lost control of the spell earlier during the tidal wave, she slaps her hands together, and with a crack of thunder, as another tidal wave that's about to crash over both ships halts in place. And she's holding out her hands, holding it back. It's like a trembling series of walls of water are smashing up, but not quite managing to overcome both ships. Victory is automatically granting you another success by throwing magic at the problem.
Excellent.
But it is costing her a lot of spells. Okay. The big issues on the ship right now. The ship itself has already sustained a lot of damage, both from the pounding of the waves and also from the fire. The fire is still going in places and is threatening to consume the ship, and the structure is buckling under the impact of the waves. At this point, and on top of that, there are some 40-odd crew members who have not been so fortunate to get to a lifeboat. How would you like to approach this problem?
Extend the gangplank first of all.
You do so. Corzin, it's taking all your effort to keep the ships lined up and steady, so you will not be able to significantly act here.
Fair, yep.
Just need to look up an ability. I just need to look up how many people it can do. I don't think... it's not that many, actually. Yeah, it's like 5 people. I was thinking, because there's that ability I have, Mantle of Inspiration, where I can give people the ability to move.
Yeah.
like quickly. But 5 people is probably not a huge difference.
Well, with 5 people...
It's the right 5 people.
Yeah.
You could guarantee that the one lifeboat gets away.
Is there anything like...
Which currently it isn't,
as a
because there is a
gangplank?
fight
Quite
going on.
possibly.
Oh,
that might
fuck
work
them.
then.
If they're trying to run away and leave everyone else, fuck them.
is
Maybe
that what's
we'll help
happening?
them once we...
It looks like the captain and about a dozen people, literally everyone who will cram into one lifeboat, are attempting to get free of the ship. And everyone else is trying to... everyone else that is not, vainly trying to save the ship... is kind of in a melee with them, struggling to get aboard. They're in a pretty solid, not enough lifeboats on the Titanic situation right now.
Right.
And it looks like you can see that the Orcish captain is not hesitating at having the ones close to him beat the others off with oars to try and get free.
Is there anything that could be used as a gangplank that's bigger than a gangplank, just to make it easier for folks to get between the 2 ships?
Give me... this is not significant, but just give me a quick perception check.
No.
Okay, I have an idea.
6.
Short of the actual, like, the only things you can think of beyond, say, the mast,
Which isn't wide, really.
which isn't really wide,
Which is more the
would
thing.
be somehow ripping off the hatch doors on the cargo hatch. Which
There's not any like debris on their ship that's big enough.
that isn't
If I
currently
can't
on
see, I can't
fire.
see.
Like, if you want to
Okay.
start ripping up pieces of their deck, maybe.
How far away is this lifeboat?
I'll say Celestia
Oh,
has no...
Robbie finish.
Okay,
It's
thank
okay.
it
still might be helpful, so finish your
I mean,
thought.
you've pulled up again across from the other ship, so the other lifeboat is about 30 feet away, because it's just,
Okay.
the width of the ship.
So I could, like, telekinesis something and make a slightly more stable bridge between that's a bit bigger than the gangplank, unless someone's got a better suggestion.
I could potentially get some order so that people actually start doing their helpful things rather than fighting each other for that
Yeah.
lifeboat.
Oh, that would be lovely.
That might
shall I
do
get-
it even with a small
Shall I make that
gangplank.
lifeboat into a bridge so that, some arseholes don't just try and float away, which, in this storm, that's probably not better than being on the boat, really, is it?
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Right, if you get some order.
I think basically what I'm gonna do is I get my guitar out, twang a chord, everything goes super rainbowy, and I look mad hot, man. And I'm invoking Mantle of Majesty.
Okay.
And it's the one that basically makes you super, super hot. And I can cast Command as a bonus action for the next minute.
Okay.
And I literally
Excellent.
just go... oh god, what words can you use for command? It has to be really simple, doesn't it?
One
Any
word.
singular
A
word.
single, yeah.
Point at the gangplank, forward!
Okay.
And just keep,
you just
spam.
snap and start demanding
Yeah.
people go forwards.
And I'm hoping if the people at the front kind of start, it'll be obvious that,
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
queue of traffic now. Does that make sense?
So, this is you essentially using this ability to gain command of the situation. My question is about the flavour of command that you're using here. So, are you... weirdly, just need to remind myself... Gosh, I don't know why, but I'm blanking on the names of skills. So I'm just
that's
going to grab this. It's not like I've played this for literally years.
It's okay,
We all
what are
have that
words? Who
moment
are we?
where
I
it just
don't know
goes.
either.
Yeah, that's fine. Right, basically, comes down to: are you trying to are you using this way to kind of inspire them and go come over here, here's safety, or are you kind of browbeating and commanding them and trying to whip them into order? Because that's going to
I'm going
determine whether this
for-
is persuasion or intimidation.
I'm going for there is hope, but you gotta queue up. Come on, order. So I guess more inspiring,
More inspiring.
because I want them to be oh, that looks safe and good.
And you can only use this once per short rest.
Yes.
Cool. That makes it
I
significant.
can't remember if it's one per short rest or one per long rest.
You're not getting many opportunities for short
I mean, it doesn't matter, but
right now.
yeah.
So, I will say then. Can I ask you for a persuasion check with advantage, please?
Oh, it's one per long rest.
Got it.
Persuasion with advantage. Where's the dice I like today? I mean, the ultimate question. I don't know where I put it. There it is. Oh, natural 20, which is 35.
Yes.
Okay, you start. As the aura of just glam rock overwhelms you.
It's the vibe.
You point at people and go, people beckoning and going forward. They look, they turn. You manage to get a few of them running across the gangplank you've been able to lower, and just seeing this unexpected rock goddess appear, they seem to bring their wits together. The survivor at this point, and it's enough that they get. Yeah, they manage to collect their wits about them, and it even seems to shame those on the lifeboat enough to realize that to see a way to try and save everyone. Under your command and instruction, as they start across the lifeboat, across the gangplank, they grab other gangplanks of their own. And lay them out, and with an effort, the captain and his most loyal crew disembark from their lifeboat, grab hold of it, and bring it across to serve as an additional ramp. Apparently, realize it, having regained their senses enough to realize the same thing that Scamp did. And it is not a moment too soon. As the last of them are scrambling across, with a crack and a creak, the ship, despite victory holding back the tides, its structure gives way and it splinters into two. The remaining crew grab hold of the lifeboat and pull it aboard, saving the last few holding on to it. And as victory redirects the waters around the ship to give you a burst of extra speed, the tidal waves they've been holding back crash to the sea, and you find yourselves progressing forwards. Okay.
Has level of exhaustion?
So, significant actions on this one. Corzin, Celestia, victory. So each of these characters gain 1 level of exhaustion. Scamp, you took actions to help, but they were able to get the requisite number of successes without you having to exhaust yourself in exertion. This time.
Sweet.
As you you kind of steady the ship again and make your way forwards, the similarly exhausted crew members take moments to recover, to meet to sort of hug themselves and each other in relief at being alive.
While I still have their attention.
Yes.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you. That's Corzin, he's the captain. That's Scamp, that's Victory. That's Shanty, that's Jeffrey, don't ask. Would you mind giving us some extra hands? Please. There really aren't enough of us to sail this thing.
Any able-bodied people. We need everyone we can get.
A grizzled-looking halfling who you think might have been the one at the helm before looks around and says, I'll see it's not your ship's in worse state than ours. All right, come on, all hands.
In bits, that's unfair.
Glance over.
I think I agree.
You glance back. Prior to falling apart, yeah, this ship probably wasn't in a better state than yours. Nevertheless, the crew pick them, sort of slap them some sense back into themselves and start scrambling to take the different to man the various tasks of the ship. You have rescued about 50 people.
Excellent.
The ship is fully crewed. However, a lot of them have. You don't. One thing you do notice is that a lot of them seem to have sustained injuries or exhaustion of their own from being tossed about in the sea, from fighting the fires, including the halfling helmsman who honestly looks about as knackered as you are, Corzin.
Fair.
And while willing to take the helm a bit, seems like when it comes to if it comes to any heavy navigation, he's probably better off leaving it to you because, I want to say as exhausted as you, he looks like he's on the verge of collapse. Practically, he can just about hold it steady.
Yeah, he probably has a couple of levels of exhaustion on me at this point.
Yeah. You're all a sight for sore eyes, got to say that.
Same, honestly.
Yeah, there's not many of us.
This is a doozy of this. Oh, this is a doozy of the storm, even for the Isles.
How long have you been out there?
We've been making out this journey for probably the better part of 3 days straight.
Shit.
Unfortunately, it seems like it really built to a crescendo around here. We were trying to make our way north towards the bastion.
What's the bastion then?
It's a fortress.
Right.
It's quite one of the more stable parts of the Isles. There's community there that can resist that can weather the different storms. We were bringing food and supplies, but unfortunately,
shit.
Yeah. Still,
Yeah,
they've got
that's the
stores
thing we
there.
are short on.
If we can make it, there should be a place to. There should be a place to rest and recover.
Right, well, as soon as we're in the vicinity of those headlands, at least we'll have some break from this storm, I hope.
Depends. It's going to get... The storms get... If we're feeling a swelling, the storms could keep growing for the next 2-3 days, depending, until they pass.
Oh, good.
You sail these waters often?
All my life. It's a fact. It's simply a fact of the Isles. The storms rise, the storms fall. They always happen, but if we're to get between the Isles and the communities, you've got to brave them. Unfortunately, usually we'd be in better straits, but I think a stroke of bad luck on this front. I'm afraid it's not gonna get easier either. It gets colder the further north we go. It's snowstorms up round the bastion.
Yay! Balls.
All right.
Well, that's
Good to
fun,
know, at
isn't
least.
it?
Yeah.
Just
Is there any other things we need to be on the lookout for as we approach?
it depends. If you've caught... I guess it depends on how your luck holds. If you're unlucky, the storm might take it might take a liking to you, it might take a hating to you, and really either one's bad news. If you get tested, if it hates you, it might just try to psych you. And if it likes you, it might try to test you.
appeared.
What sort of
Okay.
tests?
I
Oh,
think that might happen. What do we do when that happens?
What does that look like?
well, your number one, I'd say, is try and make it through alive.
Well, good
We'll
advice.
always try and do that.
Sound.
And unfortunately, when it tests, if it's testing someone, it'll test everyone as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if it's testing me, it's testing you, or if it hates one of us.
The fact that you're here suggests that you've passed one of these tests before. What do you have to do? Just survive? Is that enough?
Can be. It's a harsh test. The tests are always harsh. Survival... Well, survival is what's always in the odds. Yours,
What?
others, depends where the storm takes you. But it'll push you to your limit. And maybe you'll make it out. Maybe the people you meet will make it out. And I guess the question is how far you're willing to go. Because the more you push, the harder it gets and the lower your odds get.
I just had this
Alright.
sudden horrifying moment where I just realised that sounds like most days. And that's not me downplaying how bad this is. It's been a lot lately.
Well, we're very good at surviving. I think what we should do then is, and Corzin does sway a little bit with the exertion of remaining upright and sort of in captainy mode. So we need to divide the crew up into those who can stand a shift and those who need to rest. We switch over after 2 hours. Keep it rotating until we reach the land. No one's going to be getting a full night's sleep, but it'll be something.
Legitimately, this is ridiculous, and I realise this, but I do have coffee always.
That
which
would be
won't
ideal right
solve
now.
everything. Don't get me wrong, and we should pick our moments with it because you can't sustain that forever. But it might legitimately help with those of us who are really struggling a bit.
I mean, I won't say no to a coffee if one's offered.
Yeah, sadly, there's not enough for everyone, but there'll be enough for a few of us. I
I
will.
can probably make a bit of coffee as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Although, who knows? Because I don't know when my bowl's going to recharge.
You don't assume that you only have the 3 charges.
Can I
I'll
make
definitely
coffee?
use some for Shanty.
Can I make coffee?
You can just about make coffee with prestidigitation.
Yeah. Is that okay? I know
can
that's
use that
ridiculous,
coffee.
but like,
Yeah, true. You
could.
can use it, and it will. I think the general rule we've had for coffee is it'll negate 1 level of exhaustion,
yeah,
and it'll pay back later with another one.
basically, yeah. Which is why I'm kind of.
You,
I'm kind of putting it to you that we should pick our moments with the coffee, because one does crash rather.
yeah.
Yep.
It's
All
not.
I'll
It's
say
not
is,
exactly an endurance drink, so just let's pull that trigger when we're desperate,
Don't get to 5 levels of exhaustion while you're on coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm not making some right now. That's why I'm like saying it's an option. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I able to make even a wild guess as to how long it's likely to take to get to the islands?
You're already starting to pass some of the smaller atolls, but really they are these are like rocks jutting out of the water.
Right, yeah.
So they are not. They're not like they're definitely not land where you can't. You'd have difficulty stopping here. However, you think that you've got good odds of making it to. You think you can see a larger one in the distance. It's more like a high spike of rock that might have some shallower points that you could try and beach out, take cover at. But it's at least several hours ahead. As mentioned, the horizon is weird here.
Yeah.
It's more that you can faintly see it through the waters. You press on. I'm going to say luck checks, please.
Okay.
I'd like to be on morale duty, as well as like actually working.
Very good.
But I try and
Yeah.
sing a lot of songs and keep everyone all right.
So 19 on my luck check.
Hang on, do they have
Oh, it was so nearly a 20 and then it rolled to the 8.
do they have
it's
disadvantage
an 8.
luck checks because of exhaustion?
That's a good point.
No, this is
Do they?
just luck.
Yeah, cool. I couldn't
Okay.
remember if it applied to luck checks
It
or
doesn't
not.
apply to luck checks. Luck
No,
is
that's a
just
fair point. Right.
9.
Okay. Alright, so... Okay. I'll say then that you make it through the better part of 4 more hours before things change again. By the time that this happens, after about 3 hours or so, you are able to see the distant shard of rock, the more approachable atoll, clearly enough that you can make a reckoning. Perhaps it will be you'll get there within another 3 hours or so. However, before you can make your way to that distant jutting rock, the tides begin to pick up once again. But this time, you find as the waters rise and surge, you realise that you're passing through very, I want to say, not exactly shallows, and definitely not reefs, but rather a murderous sort of a murderous expanse of black rocks jutting up through the waters in places dangerously that aren't always visible. As the waters raise and surge, you can see this whole area puts you at great risk of running aground. And something else is happening. The wind is not just blowing in one direction anymore, or rather, it begins to blow in every direction, twisting, circling, the water churning around by the strange geography beneath it, as you see the currents start to form whirlpools, dotting the treacherous waters ahead, and in places as the winds pick up, the rain. You see the rain spiraling into water spouts that briefly touch down and pick up tons of water, hurling them into the sky.
That's fucking cool.
As they move, moving around place to place, and coming again and again dangerously close to the ship. The halfling navigator looks up. Oh yeah, it definitely likes or hates you.
Oh, good.
Looks like we've got a slalom on our hands.
Oh,
Fucking giants, dude. I spent too long in Outer Worlds in this shit.
we are in Giants Deep.
And I hate it. I still hate that place.
Yeah.
Better than Dark Bramble.
True.
Only just.
You
Right, how the fuck do we sort this out?
Yeah, so how do you want to sort this out? Victory Victory kind of looks up from where she's like holding on to the gripping onto the prow of the ship. I've got to say at this point, I am anything I can do is requires a lot of magic. I've tapped into a lot of what I've got, and at this stage, if I can throw magic at problems, or I can do something to support, or try and solve it another way. But that's we're really into either ors here for me.
I've got a really simple thing I can offer. We're having trouble seeing those rocks, right? I can put dancing lights anywhere within 120 feet.
Yep.
I'm just going to have a look at improving cantrips, because I can't remember how many I can do, because it might actually be more than that.
Is it a cantrip? I thought... oh, wait, actually, no. Dancing lights is, yeah.
Yeah, it's cantrip.
It's confusing it with fairy fire.
Have I got anything useful?
I would say that as a cantrip, you can use this to effectively aid another check, or as the base for a check you want to do yourself.
Cool. What level are we? We're level 15. Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I can do dancing lights. So it makes an extra light. Because again we use these, so I can make 5 of them, and also the light will illuminate up to 40 feet around it, basically, and I can do it within 120 feet of where I am.
So you are able to... Okay, I'm going to say that you can use this to spot and illuminate threats. However, this relies on your ability to spot threats.
Yeah.
So...
Mobile lighthouse. Brilliant.
I'm going to ask you, Celestia, if you're willing to exert yourself, to make a perception check.
Cool.
To spot the threats, and then you can use dancing lights to illuminate them.
That's the other way round to how I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
So I'm literally trying to, like, illuminate the immediate bit ahead of us.
So that
with the hope that if there are rocks that are hard to see, they'll be slightly easier to see. So it's not actually something dramatic that I'm trying to do necessarily. I'm just trying to sort of support visibility.
Okay.
But it's up to you if it works like that. If it is dramatic, then it is, you know.
I would say that...
But that way around, where you're like, spot the threat and then illuminate it, doesn't make sense, because that's not how you use a torch.
Herpader.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Rather, you are... I'm getting that wrong. Nevertheless, the sentiment of what you are doing is dramatic.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are trying to illuminate threats. Now, you do not need... I'll say that casting the dancing lights itself is not going to exert you. Mm-hmm. However, if... in order to take advantage of this, someone needs to step forwards and look for the threats. So, the question is, who is willing to exert themselves to step out and take advantage of this to to shout to shout out and warn for threats?
Does it have to be not me?
It can be you. It can be someone else.
I think I'm still steering the ship.
If this is perception based, it's really not worth it being me.
Cool. I am happy to like stand at the front of the ship and do.
Do you now have disadvantage on perception?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah.
1 roll of exhaustion gives you disadvantage on all checks.
Yeah.
What is your modifier?
5.
Okay, so it's literally pretty much statistically the same over whether you or I do it.
Yeah.
In that I have a 0 modifier.
I will note that Corzin can do this and leave the halfling helmsman to helm the ship.
Great.
But this will take up your action, in effect.
Fine, yeah, then I'll do it, because I've got a +9 to perception.
Yeah.
Even with
And I
disadvantage,
can
that's
then,
worth it.
Yeah, I can then at least add bending luck, which I can't do for myself.
Celestia, you send out your dancing purple lights illuminating through the heavy rain. Side by side with Corzin, who is who steps to the front and begins pointing and calling out different threats back to the helmsman, who, frankly, just because of how intense the rain is, even this, like, spotting threats, like the difference between back of the ship, front of the ship, and knowing which way to turn is making a difference.
Okay, question actually about this. Does the fact that by dint of my belt of eyes I have a passive perception of 24 make a difference?
This is not a relaxed environment.
Fair? No, I thought I'd ask, but yeah. Also, I accidentally dropped a die there, but I caught it before it stopped moving, so it doesn't count.
This is sight-based as well, so I suppose it counter, and the belt of eyes gives you advantage.
So actually, yeah. So
it's a straight check for you.
Counteracts the the disadvantage. All right, here we go then. Natural 1, but lucky. Okay, that is a 13.
Okay.
There is... Scamp,
yeah.
you have the sense...
I have many eyes, they're all tired.
There is a very slim chance you can intervene.
Well, I think it's got to be worth it, just in case. No, it's +2.
Okay. With...
15 then total.
Okay, it's going well at first. You spot the... you see... you start calling out, port, starboard,
22 degrees!
Yeah. 22 degrees port, that sort of thing. And for the and it's... For the next 10, 15 minutes, you're navigating through... and then with one of the water spouts, one of the whirlwinds touches the water, and a spray in fact, a deluge is thrown up into the air, splashing you straight in the eyes. All the eyes, in fact, as it knocks you to the deck. You scramble back up. Slipping, struggling to regain your footing. By sheer luck, you're not thrown overboard as you smack into the railing.
That's the natural 1, but lucky, I think.
But you do. You spot the rock jutting out of the water too late. You call back the command to the helmsman. He's not able to correct in time. There is a grueling sort of sound as the rock shears against the side of the ship. Which has two effects. One, there is now the ship has definitely taken some significant and much more placeable hull damage. The other problem being that the other problem is that it has also slowed the ship's momentum a bit, and you are now suddenly more at the mercy of the winds. And of the water spout that is drawing closer. So, there are 3 problems that you are now facing. There is the massive gash that's just been made in the side of the ship. There is the fact that you've not lost the wind, but you've lost control of the wind. And there is the oncoming water spout. Corzin has now acted. Mark yourself another point of exhaustion, and may not significantly act again. The situation is not utterly unsalvageable, but let's see who. But I'd like to know who wants to try and solve which problem.
I'm really trying to think of something. So we have the water spout. We have a hole in the hull. What was the other one?
And we have the fact that we don't have control over. We don't have control over our sails. We don't have the wind.
Right.
The wind is blowing every which way, and we had it before, but losing it, but running aground for a moment, the wind is now. We're now fighting the wind and struggling, and the crew is struggling to regain control.
Do I still have sustained wind up from last time? It lasts 4 hours, and I've cast it twice.
I'm going to say it has been 4 hours. So you've kind of... you've lost it recently.
Okay.
So I could get some more wind up.
That might
Or I
be
could
good.
go try and fix the hole.
That's got to be the priority. There
Where's,
needs to be a ship to sail.
where's our little friend? Our little captain, halfling friend. I have a question for him.
Yes. Yeah, the Orcish captain has mostly
Sorry, I
kept
don't know why
himself.
I've made him... I don't know why I've made him a halfling. I think it's literally
I'd
just
say
because he was...
is a
The halfling's the helmsman.
Oh, he's a halfling.
The helmsman is a
Yeah,
halfling.
because you mentioned he was a navigator
Helmsman
slash
is a
helmsman.
halfling. Cool.
Yeah. The Orcish captain has mostly kept to himself, probably with some of the crew staring daggers at him for trying to leave. But the helmsman...
Oh, yeah, fair.
what's up?
I have a question about the storms. You knew stuff. Is it... You said it likes you or it doesn't like you. How much like a person is it? Is it sentient? I know that sounds fucking ridiculous, but if it is, I have so much stuff I can do.
Also, hard to say. I mean, sailors, we like to think of the sea as a person.
Yeah, but where I come from, it isn't. But the rules are a bit different here, so I thought it was worth asking, as stupid as this probably sounds.
You know, I've definitely known sailors to pray before when they're going when it's bad enough. If you think you can out-talk a fucking storm...
I've done worse, but I just want to know if it's fucking worth it.
Be my guest. I mean,
the water spout. How far away is it? How high up is... I mean, the clouds are really high up.
the clouds are real fucking high up.
Real
I'd say
high.
That the water spout is, in this instant, 120 feet away and closing. It will reach you at a suitably dramatic moment.
120 feet. Okay.
And closing.
And
if you wait a little bit, it'll get closer.
Cool. I mean, it would need to be 30 feet for a suggestion. But that's quite close. I mean, and I don't know if it's a person or not. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, you're 30 feet above the water. If you want to try, the rain is on you. If you want to try and suggest to the storm.
I mean, I don't know.
Try it, whatever you...
I can't think of anything else to do, to be honest. I really don't have anything like elemental. I mean, I have call lightning, but that doesn't feel helpful, does it? Let's be real.
That's probably not what we want now. No.
Now imagine an electrified water spout.
But exactly. And the thing is, it's not control lightning. It's cool lightning.
It's just,
do you know what I mean? It's not helpful.
The water.
Yeah.
I don't think you do, but you don't by any chance have calm emotions or anything like
no,
that.
No, of course I don't.
No.
Celestia, calm emotions.
I've never calmed emotions in my
Celestia
life.
needs the opposite.
Okay.
No, I didn't think
I've got
so,
confusion. That'd help if it's sentient, right?
The halfling, I think, at this point says, "Look, if you think you can talk down a storm, be my guest. But I'd say at this point, if you're looking for people to talk to, we do have a crew. We're all fucking knackered. I think your captain is too thrown about by the sea by that wave to really be given much of the way of orders. And we're doing the best we can, but it's a hard fucking time."
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
just
nice.
inspiring
But
Maybe like an inspirational speech sort of thing might go a bit further.
Oh God!
You can see
have a quick
that
look
the
at this
crew
hole.
currently
How
are
big is
struggling.
the hole?
The hole is
Before I decide where I throw my magic.
okay. So the hole itself is just measuring this in my head, varying between anywhere between 6 inches to a foot and a half wide, and a half sort of wide, as it were, and probably the better part of 15 to 20 feet long, because it's a massive gash along some rocks.
You said massive gash too many times. Anyway,
You've said it too many times, and I just.
it's
I'm saying nothing.
The ship and its massive gash are in great peril.
Okay,
And
so,
this is
that's
yeah.
not really
Looking
an
around,
option.
I would say that the crew, Celestia, the crew are currently struggling to both to bilge out water from the that's leaking in through the seams, to try and figure out something to do about the giant hole, to struggle to get the sails back under control. to
You
get the
said
ship
giant hole,
moving.
and I still heard gash.
Yeah, they essentially, I would say that the crew are kind of trying to do 5 different things, like in different, there is certainly a lack of unity going on.
Well, that's
Do
nice.
I think I could fabricate a patch, like rather than doing a repair, because I can't do improved mending on that bigger thing, but I could fabricate.
Okay, anything that you could use to patch. There is the lifeboat.
Oh yeah, I will totally dismantle that and rebuild it into a patch, just so that it means that the crew can focus elsewhere and instead of trying to do too many things, and Celestia can direct them.
Okay,
we
what
say,
level is fabricate? It's 5, isn't it?
Fabricate is a 4th level spell.
4th level spell. All right.
I can do 8 connected 5-foot cubes worth.
Okay. So that will be enough to cover it. I am going to say...
I'll do something insane in a minute.
I'm gonna plug the gash.
Plug that gash,
Oh,
yo.
that gash. All right. I'm going to say... I'm going to ask you for essentially a... well, I don't think the craft check exists anymore. But essentially you don't have. You definitely don't have proficiency shipbuilding. Do you have any woodworking proficiencies?
Would you have had any with like being on the ship?
Off the top of my head, your craft proficiencies are gunsmithing and art.
And disguise.
And disguise.
And thieves' tools.
Those are not craft based, though. I mean,
No,
technically,
but
the
those are my
craft of
tools.
disguise, but yes.
I can craft disguises. I'll paint it beautifully.
Put
We
a
don't
new
have
face on
those
it.
sorts of magical paints, unfortunately.
But I can do basic things like I have the ability to make like bridges or ropes or clothes.
You do.
From with the spell.
The question, but I'm going to
This
say
might be a little
then,
bit clunky.
your choice of honestly intelligence or wisdom here as the base for this.
Oh, yay.
You will get to make this. You do get to make it with advantage because you're expending a spell. But yeah, to fabricate.
Okay. Why do I never put points into any of my stats?
Because you're foolish and tempted
I
by
am
feats.
foolish.
Because feats are fun, apparently.
Because
Oh,
you're a silly but extremely fun D&D player is the answer.
I have exactly the same stats as I started with.
I have the opposite thing
Which
where
is
I'm actually so
impressive at
picky
level
with
15.
feats. But,
I am never taking a stat increase.
I mean, not much point at this level.
I
But
mean, at
yeah.
least you didn't start with, like, negative constitution. Like, I can't talk at all.
that
I
is
have
true.
actually taken an increase since then. But that was not my best move.
Negative strength, but not constitution.
Oh, the days of 9 hit points, Celestia.
I think it might have been 7, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think I started
You
with
started
7.
with less than me, and
Yeah.
I have a smaller hit dice than you.
I
that's
genuinely
ludicrous.
think it was 7 that I started.
Oh,
I was the only one with multiple
like-
double figures.
Just
Yeah, I
frown
started
at her
with
and she
9.
dies, you know?
Right.
Give her a
An
piercing
intelligence
look and she
check, I
dies.
this is really reminding me. It's really reminding me of like I ended up playing Disco Elysium for the first time the other night, and I died within 2 minutes of starting the game, failing to get my tie from a light.
Oh, that's one of the best deaths.
We
As a ceiling fan.
actually died before our first save.
Yeah,
Love it.
Had to do the whole little intro again.
I had a heart attack trying to reach a high object.
It was super
My
dumb.
earliest death was shamed by an arsehole child.
Oh my god, you got killed by the
Absolute
child?
git.
Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
Yeah.
so
God,
moving back in.
prick.
Yep.
The
Right, I'll do an intelligence check.
okay,
14, I'm not smart.
you can't bend your own will, Faye,
No, I
can you?
can't. No.
This takes Scamp the better part of 10 minutes to cast. So I will say
It takes
that
10 minutes to go, yeah.
to work on. So I will say that this will not count as exertion, but if you want to use up one of your inspirations, you can inspire Scamp while this is happening.
Okay, I am about to do something else, and I'm trying to figure out if that also takes up inspiration or not. I don't think so. Yeah, no, it's just a rest. It's per rest. So no, I'm not going to. So yes, I will inspire Scamp.
Thank you.
If he needs it, yeah.
Yep, yeah.
D12.
Yeah, this I have failed, so
Yeah.
yes. Then I will use it. Hooray, a whole 4. It's a 16. So still no good.
Unfortunately, it's not quite
Bollocks.
enough.
Yeah.
So I will.
We're gonna sink.
I'm going to summarise what's happening with Scamp, and then I'm going to come back to what you're doing. If
Mine's
that's
super dumb though. So please do.
okay, Scamp, you are struggling to get to repair this. It's a combination. The problem is less with patching the hole, as it is with patching the hole as the stresses on the ship are making it worse.
Hooray.
And as the ship keeps smashing against other rocks, and both by the tide and just by virtue of the difficulty of sailing through. So as all this is going on, you are reweaving. You're essentially tearing the boat apart like the lifeboat apart magically, plugging the gaps, and then having to tear more pieces from other places to repair the gaps with. As new gaps are being made, sometimes with gaps not quite managing to seal them up enough so that or reinforce them enough that you're having to come back to areas you've previously done. Celestia shouts what encouragement she can, but this is too hard a task. So you have a choice here. You can either accept this failure, or you can throw magic at the problem.
We know which I prefer to do. You know how well I accept failing.
I'm going to be very, very under the hood here for a moment. You spent a level 4 spell on this.
Yeah.
If you are willing to spend another 14 levels total of spells, you can turn this failure into a success, which will be a combination of additional fabrication spells over time, lesser spells that you use to solve the problem in different ways. Maybe by what are some of your level 2 and 3 spells, for instance?
Level 2 spells. I have darkness. Level 3. Bag of holding, counterspell, fireball, fly, slow. No.
By, for instance, flying out and dealing with the problem from the outside,
Yeah.
or wedging things in. The point is that if you are willing to spend a combination of spells or spell levels equal to an additional 14, you can turn this failure into a success.
Yeah.
Or you can accept the failure and spend no additional resources.
I mean, was it 14? Was it?
Yep.
Trying to work out what's the best use of I mean, I think yes. Let's not have another failure on top of a failure because the boat's going to sink.
By the way,
So
if you spend
I
a spell
will-
of or one spell of level 6 or higher, we'll say is the alternative. Which
That's more appealing.
which
because
under because I believe
have
you
no
only have
level
3
6
of
spells.
those.
Yeah, but I don't have any spells that are exclusively level 6.
Okay.
Um,
Then
So it's-
I'm willing to say
yeah.
that you can burn a level 6 slot to do a sort of improved, more souped up version of Fabricate on your second attempt.
I'm doing so much math with how many? Trying to work out the maths of what sorcery points equate to what spells and what's the most efficient use of burning spell slots because I can get them back.
I'm
But
gonna
I
let
think
you.
maybe a 6th is the best option.
Okay.
So
In
I
which
will
case,
do the thing regardless.
this forces a success. It costs you a 6th level spell slot. So after your initial failures, you kind of reach into the well of power in yourself, and you burn up some of the more potent magic that you can't as easily shuffle around. With a flash of insight, you are able to strengthen and reinforce the growing breach enough that it will hold. Which brings us back to Celestia.
Okay, so it's like super dumb. But
Okay.
the captaining man looked at me and said that we needed order.
Yes.
So this is what my brain has given me. So Celestia gets all rainbowy and glowy and stamps on the deck and starts a song. And it's the one from Pirates of the Caribbean, apparently, because that's where my head's at.
Okay.
So, yo-ho, all together, hoist the colours high. And, like, every time there's a beat, there's a flash of rainbow, and I point at, I can't think of the term. All I want to say is heads of department.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
ship's officers.
So there's, yes,
Officers.
there we go, ship's officers, thank you. I've been doing this podcast for so long. I should know that. I point at, I can have up to 5 ship's officers. And basically what I am doing right now is an enthralling performance.
Okay.
So it has to last a minute. At the end of the performance, I choose people within 60 feet who watched and listened to all of it, which, like, the whole ship did, presumably,
Yeah.
but I can do up to 5 people for the actual mechanical effect. Effectively, they make a wisdom save against my spell save or be charmed. They idolise me. They speak glowingly of me. It lasts an hour, so I'm assuming with charm over the ship's officers and them all super big liking me, I can maybe achieve some order. Basically.
Voluntarily fail?
Yes, indeed. You definitely, and indeed, as you kind of start your shanty, and like,
Ho, thief and beggar, never say we die.
and indeed,
Yeah, but without the execution at the end of the song.
yes,
Yeah, it's
Minus
done in a
the
sort
hangings.
of happy, piratical manner.
yes.
Absolutely.
Crashes of waves and thunder appropriately highlight moments, the right beats in the song, and you see that, and you manage to stir even the kind of semi-comatose captain out of his slumber, and he seems to snap to and go, right, come on, let's get back in order. Come on, right, how do you? And try to regain control of the ship. So
I basically then ferry orders from the people who actually know what they're doing, but direct them to the 5 people who are charmed.
This is a once per rest ability?
Once per rest.
Cool. So I'm going to say that gives you advantage. Again, this is probably persuasion. Persuasion. Since you have disadvantage, I guess that cancels it out. And just
get
persuasion
normal.
check.
Please be good. That is a 26.
That is good. You
Hooray for bards.
using magic, using frankly the magic of rock and roll once again.
Yes.
You managed to mostly relay orders, but you managed to get enough fighting spirit back for the crew to take order of the ship and start to get the vessel underway once more. As the water spout grows closer, Victory, her eyes lighting up with lightning, her fingers crackling, looking honestly kind of fucked, is going to does more of that, does the real kind of conductor's hands slash Prospero on the seaside gesturing, and is going to try and grasp hold of the coming water spout from afar. She has limited spells, so she's going to try and finesse this. The spell lets her do this with advantage, counteracted by the disadvantage from exhaustion. So let's say that puts her at a straight Arcana check, which is enough. Okay, which means though she does use up her last 5th level spell.
She can get it back.
No. She's used all her sorcery points at this point.
Oh, well, bloody hell.
She's been casting Control Water a lot.
Does she have any low-level spells?
I told you she threw magic at the problem last time.
She did that already.
So Victory, but with that, with careful finesse, Victory is able to catch one water spout as it comes by, redirecting it as another draws in, and through a combination of of the helmsman sort of receiving shouts from Corzin as you struggle yourself back up and continue spotting. You might have fucked up once, but you've still got others. There's still plenty of rocks to spot.
Basically, direct my charmy orders to help them sail around it.
Yeah, with the crew, the crew's spirits restored by Celestia's literal charm. You are able to thread the ship through the morass of treacherous rocks, with Victory just batting away different water spouts before they can suck the ship up. It is a grueling half hour before you make your way through the maze of rocks and water spouts, but almost each of you staggering from exhaustion, you have survived the You've survived the whirlpools and water spouts. You have not, because you did manage to achieve 3 successes. You've not lost any of your crew. You've not taken any significant injuries or losses yourselves either. This has been a win.
How many levels of exhaustion are we on now? Do we get another one from that?
Scamp is on. Everyone acted. So Scamp is on 1. Everyone else is on 2.
Cool.
Okay.
But you've made it forward, and now, at last, you begin to draw close to the spire of rock ahead. As for what awaits you there, we'll find out after these, no doubt important, messages.
Death Spiral Coffee. Whether it's presentation day at your work or school, you're doing battle with a dream demon, or you want to run entirely across Fairnon. Do you struggle to keep up with your colleagues? Is the pace of life too fast for you? Do you have a deadline looming? Well, with Death Spiral Coffee, you can push on through and beat fatigue like it owes you money. So long, shall I? In-your-face exhaustion? Not today, Morpheus. Death Spiral Coffee, because red leaf's illegal.
And welcome back. As the storm rushes about you, raging, the sails billowing, blowing, and basically your increasingly exhausted crew of survivors doing all they can to keep you on course, you have successfully managed to evade the gauntlet of whirlpools. However, at last you begin to approach the distant atoll, almost like a blade of rock spearing up from the sea. You can see that it makes its way, sort of slopes outwards near the waterline, permitting a tiny coastal settlement to cling to the rocks. Rising slightly above the rest of that coastal settlement, on a slightly higher shelf, you can see what appears to be some manner of tower or similar, almost reminding you of classical sort of wizard tower pictures. It definitely seems it is almost certainly, in fact, you would say that it is all but certainly the tower of a wizard, based on the field of shimmering bluish green force that is currently erected around the outside of it. It is very clear that this force field is there to shield the inhabitant of the tower from the increasingly growing storm. The lashing rain, the blowing winds, and very significantly for the inhabitants of the tiny village immediately below said tower, the rising waters. You can see, even from this distance, that the water around the atoll is rising steadily, both in the form of pounding waves that are striking at the ramshackle village below the tower, and indeed at the tower, but also the fact that the water level itself is just steadily rising. So two things.
How tall do you reckon that is?
Sorry.
What?
How tall do you reckon that is?
Too tall.
Tall.
Compensating for something?
Fuck yeah.
Looking at the way things are going, you draw two conclusions. first of all, this atoll is in no state to provide you safe harbour. You can see in the distance what looks like light through the clouds, and what appears to be more landmass, or at least it's hard to make out through the atmospheric haze created by the rain. But you think you can see tall cliffs or similar in the distance. Again, hours of journey ahead. The other inference you draw is that the village is probably not going to stay above water. Most of the atoll is sheer rock, tapering up to a point. The only place of even marginal safety appears to be the Wizard's Tower. And judging from the desperate figures banging on the immovable force field, the Wizard is not opening up.
Oh dear.
I have 2 questions. Out of character,
Yes.
not in character. Because they're about things that we can see, so I wouldn't be like, can I see this? One, I've never actually heard the word atoll before. What is it?
It's a tiny island, more like a
teeny little island.
In this case,
Island friend.
more like a big old spire of rock sticking up out of the sea.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay, Sparrow of Rock. Sorry, you're giving me a lot of painting material here, if I'm honest. But
It does shallow out at the base where it hits the water, but there's room for perhaps 20 to 30 huts clustering to the rock, seemingly made out of a mixture of driftwood, cloth, stone in some places, but and generally a sense of cobbled together shanty town.
My second question is, what is this force field like? Is it like because I'm picturing like a sphere? Is it like a full-on bubble? Does it go all the way up, or is it like a fence?
It's more like a fence. It's like a not quite a full cylinder because the tower abuts the rock. But like you can see that it would be like a cylinder going straight up to not quite the top of the tower, but like a little bit below it. You see that as a particularly high wave rises up and smashes against the force field, it sort of glimmers and flickers a little, but remains in place.
Okay. How many people are banging on the force field?
Yeah.
Looking at it from this distance, you would say at the moment less than a dozen. However, there are definitely more people in the shanty town. Shanty Thorpe, I suppose. The cluster of huts, who are either seem to be trying to figure out if just sitting on their rooftops will be enough and like clinging to them, or whether they're going to have to try and run for the tower. Regardless, there's a real shortage of high ground. A couple are trying to scale the cliffs, but they're pretty sheer. You would estimate maybe as many as 40, 50 people total. They look largely to be orcs.
Do the people who are hammering on the force field seem to be doing anything to it?
Oh no!
Didn't think so.
They
Had to ask.
Yeah, no. The fists banging against this field. Even people like trying to hit it with bits of driftwood is not doing anything more than making it like ripple colourfully. The only things that have actually made it significantly flicker has been the, tons of water smashing it.
Okay.
Woof. How many people can we fit on our ship is my first question. And my second question is, how does one damage a force field? Because, I don't know. Those are the two things that are coming to me. What about you two?
We could also go over the top.
Could I
to the
make
top.
an estimate as to what the full carrying capacity of this ship would be?
Yes.
Safely.
So you have recently acquired an almost full crew.
Yeah.
The good news is that you have very minimal supplies.
Right.
So you can certainly fit. You certainly could fit an additional 40 people aboard the ship. Depending on how long this journey goes on for, you're probably going to run out of what little in the way of like barrels of water you have before the lack of food becomes a problem.
Okay.
Because it's like technically there's the rainwater. There's also a lot of seawater splashing in from every side as well.
Yep.
So there's but you would be, taking on an additional 40 people will put you near pretty damn close to the capacity. Without or at least people aren't going to. There's going to be room to still move around and everything, but they are going to be just. They'll have to take shelter in the cargo hold.
Right. Okay. That's good to know.
What was that you were saying about going over the top, Scamp?
Well, it doesn't look like that force field goes all the way to the top of the tower. It's open at the top.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would get us in. I was just thinking about the people.
Well, someone is controlling that force field. We go inside, give them a good kicking until they take it down.
Give them a whack. Yeah, I mean, we could also say, hey, run to the ship, and then go and, deal with it while that's happening.
Yeah.
Because
how
then if we
close
deal
can
with
we
the
get to
force
the
field,
shore?
then maybe they can come back. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Or we're leaving 40 people on a island with nothing on it and no way out.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't. I wasn't suggesting leaving them for a second, to be honest.
Oh no, I mean,
was-
even if we get them into the tower,
Yeah,
does that do any good?
don't
Depends
know.
what's in the tower.
Depends what's in the tower.
If there's a bunch
Could
of
be
food
full of
stores in
food.
the tower, then yeah.
Or someone with the ability to make food.
Two different people.
What are they living off? That
Two-
place ain't big enough to survive.
Two people pipe up at this point. First of all is Shanti, who comments, I thought I grew up in a fucked up place.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mess, darling. Honestly, isn't it?
The halfling, helmsman points up. Listen, I don't come to your house and complain about it, but you're right. It's a hard living.
You literally got on our boat and complained about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can complain
Like,
about
immediately.
it. It's where I live.
Yeah, but you got on our boat and complained that you literally came into our house and complained about it. That's what we're saying. You literally did the thing that you just said you would never do, 5 minutes ago. No, several hours. I'm very tired.
You make a good point. Regardless, when the storm's not at its height, I imagine there's probably good fishing here.
Yeah, that's
Do you know anything
true.
else about the people on the island there?
I've not been here before, but what I can see is that settlements like these usually do keep keep deep stores of some description, provided they're in a position where usually somewhere that's likely to withstand a storm.
Like behind a giant force field, for example.
I mean, that does occur, not least because inconsistent as shipping can be around here, you can be waiting months without getting supplies through, so you tend to stockpile.
Yeah, one would.
It's a
Right.
harsh living, but it is a living.
Yeah,
Obviously, well,
absolutely.
it isn't.
Maybe we go over, we give them the emergency scenario of go to the boat if we don't get the force field down. How's
Yeah.
that sound? And if we do get
We've
the
at least
force
got to,
field down,
figure
then
out what's
great.
going
They
on
can
here.
run and get all the wizard's food.
Wizard food. Yeah, that sounds appetizing. But yeah,
I'm extremely tired. Anyone else?
Agreed. Yeah, and first things
Yeah.
first. Do you have any of your coffee left?
Yes, but that is a debt that we would pay back. Celestia gives you a
Alright.
look that is in character, but is also me out of character, saying, you will get another level of exhaustion. like,
I mean, I may well in any case, but
I mean, I'll leave that up to Corzin.
Yeah.
Like, if you want a coffee,
I think
we
actually
can do that.
for the
but
moment, Corzin would power through. Although you will all notice he is moving slower than he usually does.
I have a question, actually. Could one chew coffee beans?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would work in real life.
Yeah, you can just
It's a
chew
bit
a mouthful of coffee beans.
ratchet, and it'll be real bad
Oh,
if they're
yeah.
not covered in chocolate or anything.
No.
But that's our emergency thing,
That's
I
your
guess.
emergency
yeah.
option.
I will put this to you, Celestia, actually. Darling, I think maybe we better leave that for, like, nightmare scenario. But if you really need some, I'll hand you a handful of coffee beans and you can just chew them. It'll be awful, but it should do it.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, I would like
And he
to
just
not
sort
do
of
that.
slaps himself in the face and tries to continue on with what he's doing.
Yeah, Victory, who pretty similarly is looking a little is moving slower and looking kind of baggy under the eyes. Nevertheless, sort of rolls her shoulders with a click and says, "Right, just tell me what you need doing."
Celestia is coping with it by doing "I'm not tired" axing, but it's a bit thin. I rolled and it was good because it's a performance check from Celestia, but it's not her best.
At this stage, Victory, Celestia, Corzin are all on 2 levels of exhaustion. Scamp is on 1 level of exhaustion.
Yep.
As before, any significant action will cost you a level of exhaustion, regardless of success or failure. Not doing nothing except keeping the ship steady will not incur a level of exhaustion.
Okay, good to know.
Alright, so it sounds like you're making. Sounds like then your plan is to get to the atoll, try and get people in, while also approaching the tower.
Yes.
Probably, yeah. Does that sound about
How
right?
close to it can we safely anchor?
And we park, yeah.
Right. So that is going to strongly depend on someone's either perception or sailoring check.
Corzin.
Well, if I go with perception, then the fact
give
that I would
him-
normally have advantage evens
Yes.
out to just a regular roll.
I give him a cuddle to give him inspiration because Celestia's too
Aw.
tired to think of anything else.
Okay.
Love it.
It just gives him a cuddle.
Excellent. Okay. Perception. Okay, that's not terrible. That is a dirty 20.
That is enough. So the answer to how close can you moor is can you drop anchor? Drop anchor is surprisingly close if you can see what you're doing. Assuming you're repeating the trick from before of a few dancing lights to help guide the way. Once again you grip the prow and call out a path to the helmsman. Aye, aye, Captain. Who, as the ship slows, carefully navigates a series of jagged rocks and shallows approaching the isle. Nevertheless, you are able to get close enough that the gangplank can be lowered. the gangplanks can be lowered because you took some additional gangplanks off the other ship, and although it will require fighting through the water a bit, it looks like some of the denizens might be able to get to the ship. As they are going to do so, seeing the ship arrive, they start running over. However, the nature of the nature of this particular rock and the way it is split, especially with the tide, the tides coming in and the waves crashing down, means that right now you're pretty sure a third of them will get through before the next big tidal wave hits, because you can see a whopper on the approaching. The rest are either too far away to definitely get to the ship in time right now, or still trying to get into the tower. If you cannot either get them to safety in the tower or behind the force field in some way, or get them onto the ship before the tidal wave arrives, or stop the tidal wave, then some or all of the remaining 2/3 may be lost.
Okay.
How quickly could I get to the tower?
I am going to say that if you cast a fly spell, you can get there you can get there in like less than a minute. Definitely, you can definitely get there before the tidal wave approaches.
Okay.
When I'm saying tidal wave here, I want to just
wall of water.
Yeah, this is like a tsunami. You've got 3 minutes warning.
Okay.
At some point during these 3 minutes, I just thrust a handful of coffee beans into Corzin's top waistcoat pocket, so that you can pull that trigger whenever you like.
Thank you.
I will cast Fly on, I guess, myself and Celestia, because you've not acted yet.
I haven't.
On this, which is not meant to say you have to come with, but just because I'm going to cast it at 5th level, I have an extra person.
Might as well, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I have another person because that's how 5th level works.
I mean, horribly,
So
I probably
will
will
also
come,
grab it on Corzin.
because just in case somebody needs convincing, I am kind of the right person to bring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before I leave, go on. Sorry.
It might be worth Corzin staying with the ship since you're doing the getting people onto it.
Well,
but I will cast Fly on you as well, since I have 3 targets.
Okay,
and
cool.
Victory still has a third. I'm going to say
That's actually
happens
half
to
and
have a third
half.
level spell left, and therefore will cast it on herself and join you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because she is still available as a resource.
Yeah.
Basically, Victory is going to wait until either you ask her to do something, or the situation demands she does something at this point.
Would we be close enough to message Corzin from the tower, or if needed?
You are
literally
close
just
enough
asking.
to message town.
Okay, I look at him and I'll say, I will message if you need to come over. Okay, but
Brilliant.
you look
Thank
tired, so maybe I mean, we're all tired, but let's be economical here.
There's a thing I can do here that needs to be done, regardless of what happens.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
All right.
The
Good luck.
Three of you take into the air and sail through the wind and storm until you are floating above the tower, and you're able to float for a moment above the tower and take stock of it. You are indeed easily able to go over the force field, which rises a little over the summit of the tower, where you can see there is a slightly a sort of imperious looking, but also slightly frenzied looking elf with long blonde hair in less sort of like what you would associate with storybook wizard robes, and more just like a long a long hide leather coat that's functionally a raincoat. who appears to be, holding onto their tower and looking between the orcs, hammering at the force field and the oncoming tsunami. They definitely notice your approach, however, and look up as you arrive.
Yeah. Would they be able to hear us?
Mechanically wise, it might be worth me taking the lead initially, because I have fewer points of exhaustion.
You go. Yeah.
And if you can avoid getting a level of exhaustion here, that would be lovely.
Well, I don't know if I will flying anyway, but up to.
Oh well,
to
I
our
cast
DM.
it, so
True.
also.
Okay.
Hopefully.
So.
Hello! I would recommend you let those people in down there. Otherwise, I will huff and I will puff and I will cast Earthquake and bring your fucking tower to the ground. Let them in.
Okay, so I'm going to say this is an intimidation check. You have already expended a 5th level spell to raise your essentially 3 people up to fly right next to the tower. So from the stance of the wizard here, you look like you have the magic that you might be able to back this up.
Can I literally prestidigitation, nothing fancy? Can I make the hair whip around in the wind and give them
I would also like to thaumaturgy to make my voice real loud.
Yes, you combine these things. Your voice thunders. You make Scamp's hair whip around dramatically in the wind. You don't need to do this to Victory. It's just happening for her automatically. So yes, this would give you advantage. You have a level of exhaustion, so it's a straight intimidation check.
I'll give you inspiration, but I'm running low.
That's fine. Ooh, 21.
Ah, well done.
Okay, so you were saying take the force field down.
Let the people in.
And let the people
Or
in.
I will destroy your
Or
tower.
I will destroy your tower. The wizard licks their lips, looking clearly terrified, but calls out, "Okay, I can see you're serious, but listen to me. If I bring this force field down, I have no guarantee I can get it back up again in time for the wave to arrive. Please, if you just take this lot and let me keep the force field up, I will grant you a boon. I have some magic that doesn't draw on the force field that will help you out. But please, don't make me take down the force field, or we might all die."
Boone sounds kind of nice, actually. How are we all feeling?
We can't get the people to the ship in time.
Can we get the people to the ship or not?
So,
in time,
here's the
I don't
condition.
know that we
I'm
can.
going to kind of be a little clear on this.
Yeah.
Please.
Certainly
If you
gonna try.
accept the bribe,
Yeah.
it will negate the success you've just had. So you will still need to acquire another 2. You will still need another 2 successful checks. So 1 from Victory, 1 from Celestia, to save everyone.
Right.
If you don't accept the bribe, then this will count as one of your 3 checks for this scenario.
Right.
Basically, you need to. Yeah. So you only need to do 1 more significant thing if you don't take the bribe. Mm-hmm. If you do take the bribe, you need to do 2 more things.
Right.
I'm overcomplicating. Right.
No, that makes sense. It's just it's a big
I'm getting an
decision.
expression from
I'm
you.
trying to justify not taking a boon for when he can't keep people safe anyway, and maybe we can't.
Okay. I would say the position is...
That's what I'm trying to do in my brain.
The position is basically... Okay, looking at what it is, I'll rephrase this a different way. If you take the boon, they won't drop the force field. You will need instead to expend your magic and skills to get everyone onto the ship. If you don't take the boon, they will drop the force field, but now you need, and that will get them into the tower. But now you need to make sure the tower survives the earthquake, the oncoming tsunami.
Cool. Yeah, I'm going to take that sentence in character because I think visually that would actually make sense from the character's point of view. So yeah, that was actually what I needed weirdly a situation.
Yeah.
Translation. Got it. I kind of just turn to Scamp and go, do we think we're more likely to be able to keep this tower up or move a load of people to the ship ahead of that tidal wave?
I don't have anything to make them move fast, I don't think.
I don't have anything to do anything on a wave that big.
I can resist a wave that big for a time, or I could try and sap some of its power. Basically, if we can get them into the tower, I can weaken the wave enough that maybe the tower itself will survive, even without the force field. Right. If we can't get them into the tower, then I can buy you more time, and you're going to need to either hurry them up through magic, or just convince them that they're not getting into this tower and they need to shift it.
Destructive wave wouldn't do fucking anything to a tidal wave. I'm really struggling for anything.
Reverse the gravity, like right in front of it, where the wave's going to hit.
That's important.
Yes, that would. That would.
Also,
I mean, that's big.
It is big.
You mentioned earthquake. Could you cast earthquake in front of it and create a counter wave?
Earthquake is really big.
Yeah,
bigger than the other one in it.
It's 100-foot radius.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
It will get the tower. It will get us. It will get the ship. We're just going to get more waves.
Yeah.
Okay. Thought I would suggest it, but
yeah, it's a decent suggestion. It's just massive.
What I will say is, these are good suggestions. I'm not going to prohibit you from acting again because of these suggestions, Scamp. What I will say is you will take a second point of exhaustion if you take on the action.
You'll have caught up, yeah.
Yeah.
I really can't think of anything I can do for a tidal wave.
It's more the fact that if we take a boon would be great, but also then we have to succeed on 2 rolls, which is also 2 people getting another level of exhaustion.
It's not worth it. It's really not.
Unless the boon's great.
I mean, do you want to ask what the you can just if you want to haggle, you've got about 2 minutes.
Will the boon make us less tired?
No, but I got.
Well, I don't care.
It's a magical marquee tent. It'll shield you against the elements.
Oh, I can do that anyway.
It's a magical marquee tent. It'll shield you against the elements.
No, a tent?
It can shield dozens of people against the elements. It can't resist a tidal wave, but if you're going into the frozen north, it might make a difference.
Struggling to have an interest in things that can't resist a tidal wave at this exact second, if I'm honest. How are the rest of us feeling?
I'm feeling like I could just make some little huts that would do similar.
Fair enough.
We'll protect your tower, let them in.
Okay, they are...
I think, that's the consensus?
Yep.
Okay, as mentioned before, the elf in question is suitably already terrified of you, and therefore does not like... with the storm raging and seeing the approaching tidal wave and your very credible threat to to just destroy their tower, they grip the edge of the tower. Shit! And they smack.
Well said.
Yeah, they smack several points on the tower's stones, and with a sort of the force field comes down. The panicking orcs begin gesturing to each other. They wrench open the much more mundane front door and struggle into safety. At which point, the sea arrives. A raging tidal wave, taller than the tower, almost as tall as the atoll itself, is bearing down upon you now.
I tell them to bring up the anchor. It'll just capsize the ship otherwise. We should be facing into it.
On your side, you've got everyone on that you possibly can. And you just weigh anchor and start.
Also,
moving.
I'll understand in the moment if I don't know this, but would it be? Is there any way of me being able to tell if this is like a magically created thing?
Not a damn clue.
Okay, no worries.
Good question, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, fair to assume, really, just in the fact that.
I mean, given
place
where we
is-
are, I
yeah.
thought it was a reasonable hypothesis, but
I suppose
anyway.
literally
Yeah.
everything here is magically created.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. So, like, it's
Like, it probably is.
like, yeah, the answer is any more or less so than the rest of the environment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, is this on
Specifically, I
autopilot
had
or is somebody
something
specifically
if it was
doing
a spell that had created it that I
Yeah.
might have been able to do, but no. We are just trying to crest
If it is,
over this wave.
You're not seeing any spirits involved.
Sure, yep, okay, good call.
The with the roar of the sea bearing down on you, Victory looks to you, Scamp, and says, and I think it will offer. You don't have to. I can do this.
Are you sure you're going to be able to?
I think I can make it.
If there is a role, it probably is a better one for.
Oh no,
Victory
Victory
to
is the
do.
point where they just need to, where she just needs to start spending high-level spell slots here. So
Okay,
yeah,
that might be worth it because I
Okay.
can then also bend fate
yeah,
if needed to add to her things, which I can't do for myself.
yeah. All right then. Getting a nod from you, she lands on the tower, and
Because my other option is my 7th level.
I think at this point she's going to raise one hand dramatically to the sky. Which is the rock star I'm thinking of? I think it might be Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury, yeah.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury style, and with a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning shoots down from the clouds, and she directs her hand straight forwards, sending it into the tidal wave. With a very, very souped up, effectively controlled water here. As the lightning bolt hits the wave, it parts in the center, a la the Red Sea, and smashes into the wall, into the rock face either side of the tower. It utterly levels half the buildings in the shanty town. The onrush of water sends the already underway ship under its way much more violently and quickly. But she stands put and holds the split in the water for a solid 3 more minutes of just repeated crashing waves before the water level seems to stabilize enough that it's clearly not planning to keep rising any further.
I'd like to take my flight path to slightly under where she is in case she falls afterwards.
She's literally become the close enough meme.
I mean,
Yeah.
she probably would have stopped flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, she has stopped flying because she's concentration.
So I guess standing on top of the tower.
Yeah,
maybe?
she's
I guess
she's
we're
sagging.
hovering in case she falls.
Yeah, she is sagging.
Yeah, the two of
atop
us
the
like
tower.
under her, like
Yeah,
like when you're spotting someone on a
nervously
ladder.
going back and forth a bit. Yeah.
This whole time, the wizard has been panically pressing different bits of the tower, and you've seen the occasional greenish blue flickers from below. And just as Victory manages to defeat the last of the tidal waves, the force field flickers back into existence, rises back up. Looks the wizard looks around. Good. Opens up a hatch, steps down into it, closes it, and locks it behind them.
What a terrible person.
I know, right?
Yeah, I think under the circumstances, maybe we should leave them to the mercy of their tenants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right here. It just. Yep.
She kind of just slumps into your arms and lets you half carry her back to the ship.
I mean, on the kind of justification that she's not flying anymore, I'm slightly bigger and Scamp's the one concentrating on our fly spell. I will take her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will sort of hover around you as going around circles in case you slip.
Be
But
the
let you
spotter for
carry.
the tired person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Do I get away without an extra level of exhaustion?
You do.
Cracking.
You have not needed to significantly exert yourself.
Yeah. The flyback is a bit zigzaggy because blood magic strength stuff.
So, apparently there is, the Sirenscape, I think, doesn't like the internet connection in this room. So we have, we've got the sound of the sea. Do we have music? No.
No music.
No music for us.
The sea's very
unfortunately.
atmospheric, though. It's quite nice.
Yes.
Yeah. It's
Also,
very-
this is the sea's domain, we assume. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
makes sense. It's not the
and
music's
they hate
domain.
non-diegetic music.
Yeah.
We're not in the musicians' room, are we?
No.
True.
Aw, the
If
musician
this
would
isn't
be a
the
fun
sea's
sorcerer.
room, then who... If this turns out to be the Smith's room...
Just for
Be
shit.
A twist.
The Smith of Waves.
We've actually completely mistaken it. When we go to the sea's room, it will just be like every room, walls, ceilings, chairs, tables, all covered in tiny letter C's.
Yeah. Oh, I was
Back to
thinking
mental
one
list.
giant.
The challenge
letter
is
C.
that we have to say everything has to begin with a C. We're not allowed to use non-C words.
Well, I know what C word I just want to use and nothing else for yourself.
Just over and over and over again. Yep.
So I make that 1, 2. So that is, I make that 3 levels of exhaustion for Corzin, 3 for Victory, and I think now 2 for Celestia and Scamp.
Yep.
I was keeping the ship stable, basically, wasn't I?
Yeah.
No,
And
you
getting us
sailed
close
the
enough.
ship in. And got us
right,
close
yeah.
enough. That's why you're on 3.
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
You got us close enough that the people could get on at all.
Yeah.
Ridiculously difficult bit of sailing.
So just as a handy reminder, Celestia and Scamp, you have disadvantage on ability checks. Your speed is halved. Corzin and Victory, all of those, and disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
The gift that keeps on giving, exhaustion.
And it will give and take more to come.
We're going to need so many days of rest unless there's some magical way of getting rid of this at the
Oh
end.
no. Watch the sea's boon just be, you're not tired now.
Yeah.
That's such an asshole
Well,
move.
I mean,
would
the
take
tides
it at
are
this point.
relentless. It is fair, you know.
Oh, Sabathek.
Okay. However, you have managed to rescue, at least for a time, about a third of the village by loading them onto the ship. The other 2/3, it's probably actually close to half and half at this point, managed to get into the tower and withstand the thrashing waves.
And the arsehole wizard.
Yes. The now they're ready to take retribution upon their landlord.
Yes. This is a story
that
I'm
was
here
the vibe
for.
I was getting.
However, as you return to the ship and make your way onward, you've not filled the hold at all. You have probably gained about 20 people. Thereabouts.
Okay.
And the orcs and what few belongings they could drag with them gratefully accept the shelter. Some of them, a couple of them have some quiet words with the helmsman, who nods and looks back. All right, if we can manage to get to some safe harbour, they'll take passage with the next ship heading back this way and
Cracking.
make their way home once they can.
Lovely.
Do we know where the nearest one of those to here is?
Well, it looks like this one is out, but according to them, it seems like they do know of a. Actually, yeah. According to them, we're going to need to head all the way up to, back home, so to speak. If we keep going north, the nearest solid port, there's two actually. The one for sure is Lion's Rock, which is a fortress up in the very arse end of the frozen north.
Lovely.
They say, and that at least is guaranteed to be safe. The storm breaks there. He nods to the north, and you think you kind of very faintly see like in the distance, like almost like a glimmer of light through the clouds. But again, this place plays merry devil with your sense of distance and perception. However, they did say that apparently there was a mining expedition that went up to some of the ice flows north of here. So there's a chance that the expedition might have managed to carve out some sort of stable ground or footing in that time, depending on how well they've managed to do. We could have a chance to make a stop there.
Right.
So that one's a bit. I'm really sorry. Out of character. I
terms
had
of
an ADHD
distance,
blip.
what have we got?
So, faraway port north definitely has storm breaking. Near a port. What was the first sentence of that problem?
The first sentence. So basically, that one is a mining expedition.
Mining expedition.
And there could be safe harbour there, depending on whether they've managed to establish an outpost successfully.
Right. Don't love the uncertainty when we're this tired.
Yeah, I think the distance in question has to be the deciding factor here.
What do you mean?
In terms of if it's going to take us longer to get to a place, that means we are going to be that much more exhausted by the time we get there.
Yes, but if we make a stop somewhere beforehand, and it's fucked, and we have to do a load of stuff, and then we have to sail to the far one anyway. Like, do you get what I mean?
Yes.
Well, I've got some good or possibly bad news for you.
Okay.
Go on.
If you're going to make your way to the Lion's Rock, you're going to need to. You're going to need to go through the ice flows.
Right.
And you're going to need to navigate the
simple.
glaciers.
Don't suppose the people on the mining expedition would be any good at navigating ice flows, would they?
Oh, I imagine so. That's literally what they came here to do.
Right, maybe we
Yes.
should call in on this mining expedition just in case they already have a safe port or something then. What do you two think?
Oh, yeah, I can keep some folks warm and safe at a time, and that might help when we get to it, but if we've got some folks who can help us get through quick, that might not be a bad thing to have.
I can do some little bits of shit like keeping a few people's clothes warm, warming up drinks, that kind of bollocks. Makes a small
I
difference.
can keep 9 people safe from the cold at a time.
Right.
Alright.
But they
Does
can't
it have
do
to be
much.
the same 9 people, or could they like shift in and out?
They could
Right.
shift. So I can make a little house. I can make a little dome, but it can only fit 10 people, including me, in it, and it will be warm in there, regardless
right,
of
so
how
it's-
it is outside. They can come and go. If I leave it, it breaks.
Good to know.
Then
I mean, a place to
prioritize
take
the
breaks.
off-shift people.
This is the.
It could be a thing where we can shift in and out of folks, but
We might want to make the shift shorter, honestly, and
it
have,
lasts 8
have people
hours, and I
rotating.
can do it. I can just keep casting it.
I'm gonna.
Alright, we're going to 4 shifts then.
This is the tiny hut, isn't it?
Yeah.
And off the top of just reminding myself, you can do this as a ritual, can't you?
Yeah. So it takes me 11 minutes to cast it.
Okay. I will. Yes, because you have been. Because.
Well, hold on. Creatures and objects within the dome, when you cast it, can move it through freely.
Yeah.
So we'll have to recast it each time. But it's a ritual, so I can just keep recasting it every time we shift people between it.
Yeah. Victory has access to the same ritual. Has access to ritual magic as well because, frankly, her mum has looted a lot of ritual magic, a lot of magic books.
Yeah,
over
her
the
mum is
years.
also a literal wizard, so
And
that
is a
makes
literal
sense.
wizard.
Yeah.
So
Why
Victory
wouldn't
will
you teach
point
your
out-
child that?
Victory points out that she can create a second one of these.
Right, so we can double them up.
unless
That's
there's
pretty
a more
great.
significant way to help.
Is that going to give her another point of exhaustion?
Well, the thing is, you can do like up to 20 people in these at once. I think you said by shocking them in. So I'll say that on the ship, as you're making your way forward, to a degree, yes, it will. You can do this such that it's not going to exhaust you. However, if circumstances begin to get more difficult, or there requires some other way, then being able to do this may instead form the foundation of a different check.
Okay.
But this itself will not give a level.
This itself will not cost a level.
Cool.
Rather,
Okay.
this gives you a. You can't shield the whole ship, but you can create 2 bubbles of warmth.
Yeah. Because we really want to avoid getting Corzin or Victory another exhaustion
Yeah.
if we can.
I have a
We also
question.
don't want the crew to get hypothermia.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
but
an
we
OC.
also want you alive.
It's an OC mechanics question.
Yes.
If we have this place that is protected from the elements, and we went into it for an hour, could that be a short rest place, or no? If the answer is no, because elements were running in and out doing shit because we're the main crew members, that is valid. But I just thought it was worth asking
Good question.
That
because of the inspiration. But also, if I don't get it, because the whole point is that we don't get rests, that's fine.
I'm going to say that, unfortunately, no. This does not provide a secure method of.
There's
taking-
just like too much to
taking
do.
rests.
Yeah.
It's not just too much to do. Even like Scamp, who has to just be in there, can't get a rest because you are moving through continuous tossing, turning waves. Tossing and turning waves, the torment of the storm. You may not, while you're within the dome, you're not taking the wind, you're not taking the rain, but you are like having to expend an effort just to stay in place. Like
There's even if it's slide out the side of the hut.
Yeah, basically, even if you, frankly, even if they tied you to the mast, the way things are right now, you're either not. Well, I mean, you wouldn't need to take it. You wouldn't need to spend effort, keeping yourself in place. You're also not going to get much rest tied to a mast. But
I might actually tie myself to the mast.
Without stopping your ears.
I'll get properly Odysseus on this.
Yeah.
I might also just tie myself to it, because if I slide out of it and it breaks, that would suck.
Valid, yeah.
It won't help me rest, but it will stop it from just falling apart.
I mean, if you can't rest anyway, fuck it. You know? Tie yourself to the mast. Fuck it.
Fortunately, there are no shortage of people experienced in tying knots here, and they quickly create. Following your suggestion, you're quickly trussed up with a quick release knot.
Thank you.
That you are able to swiftly remove, swiftly undo, and escape your bonds.
What I would like to be doing is I think this is what Celestia does when it's like really fucking cold. Basically, just being a morale man, so singing a lot of songs and making
morale man.
You're adorable. That was really cute. I enjoyed it very much. Like basically giggling in the face of a storm, making everything very silly, singing songs, like a very sort of sarcastic, giggly, windy weather boy, stormy weather boy, starts up quite quickly, and lots of silly songs about storms, but also casually keeping an eye out for who looks the coldest, and like concerningly cold, like blue lips and stuff. Who looks the coldest, who is outside the hut? Because I will do two things. The people who I don't think I can help, I will drag into the hut and make them swap with someone. The people who I think could be helped by, like, their coat being warmer, I will warm it up with prestidigitation for a bit. I can do, like, 5 things at once, and I just kind of swap it round. Okay. Or, like, warm up a drink for someone. That, like, warm up the canteen of water they have so that they have something hot. Yeah.
At this stage, you're able to do this, at this stage, it is not yet so cold and overwhelming that just the act of juggling this exhausts you. You're able to keep this counts as steady sailing.
Yeah.
However, it
that ain't gonna last.
Grow colder. Rain turns to sleet, turns to hail, and soon enough to snow. As you... the winds don't die down by any means, but they grow less brutal. Nevertheless, there are flurries abounding, and the storm has an unfortunate tendency to switch between thick blanketing snow and shards of hail at a whim. The terrain changes as well, and indeed because terrain does begin to appear. Instead of the shards of black rock piercing their way out of the water, you begin to see icebergs, floating chunks of white amidst the water, and in the distance a growing landmass that, as far as you can see, is nothing but ice and snow. Precious little actually no, I say precious little, absolutely zero in terms of vegetation or welcoming regions. You might be able to, in theory, you could probably drop anchor near near some of this icy wasteland, But looking out at the ice plains, you draw the conclusion that your chances of survival are actually better in the boat than they would be trying to just trek across the ice caps.
Cool.
Aim for the gaps, Helm.
And gap indeed. You can see that that there are passageways up ahead, great cracks with rising almost cliffs of ice that pass between. It's hard to tell where's just landmass and where are just giant icebergs, except for when on occasion they suddenly tilt and move and float free. Your course is taking you further north, and you can see you can see now the distant, what looks almost like a very distant pencil-thin beam of light amidst a swirling morass of snowstorm. That is your ultimate destination, perhaps. However, several hours, that is still many hours ahead, because much sooner you spot a tiny plume of blackish smoke, which stands out just by sheer virtue of not being bloody white amongst all the snow. Pulling up your spyglass and squinting through it, you can make out what look like a handful of shelters, tents, half burrowed snow, it's hard to say, gathered around a smaller structure. Looks like it might have been made of. It could be made of stone, maybe of ice in places. It's hard to tell, from which the solitary plume of smoke seems to be coming. It's by no means, a healthy port, but it does seem that there is a settlement, or at least a cluster of tents, not too far from the water's edge.
It was a settlement of some kind over there to the northwest.
I suppose that's probably what we're looking for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably.
Fuck me, it's freezing.
Yep.
It'll get colder yet.
Oh, I know. I just... I needed a moment off being happy about it. I'll turn it back on in a minute, promise.
Unfortunately, once again, as you draw closer, the hope of a functioning port dwindles.
Ugh.
You can see now that the settlement, such as it is not so much a shambles as threadbare. There are perhaps a few. There are a few dozen short, sturdy-looking figures, or they would be short and sturdy. Some of them are trying to, are like ineffectively trying to dig at some exposed rock face nearby. Others are sitting listlessly or huddling as best they can in their shelters. But it's clear that whether through storm or accident or what, most of the tents are ruined or broken or otherwise unfit for purpose. The people here, for the most part at least, appear to be showing all the signs of extended exposure. to the ice, to the snow. There are little blackish patches in places where you can see there must have been campfires, but everything that could be burned, and you suddenly realise what might have happened to a lot of the tents, especially the wood poles and in places the fabric, where they've not, what their fate was. As you can see now that there are too many dwarves here for the number of remaining tents. They've burned everything they can for heat, except for whatever is burning in the one permanent structure. It looks to be some sort of perhaps foundry or smelter. It is constructed half of blocks of stone, half of blocks of ice, and it seems to be the only place with a working fire. It is very definitely closed, and it doesn't look like the dwarves here are even at a stage where they can try to force their way in. This is not you will find no shelter here.
Oh, good.
You can sail onwards, but it is clear that these people will die of exposure if they do not find somewhere else to go or another solution to their problem.
Well, we're definitely not going to leave people in the cold, are we, Celestia?
How many of them are there?
Exasperatedly.
You would say about, at best guess, about 4 dozen.
Oh, we can't fit
Can we
them
fit
on.
them on?
It will. You at that point you will basically
Crowded.
be crammed.
Yeah.
So it's going to make it's going to be real tight on the
Well,
ship.
more people to share the body heat with.
Also, we're a few hours from the end, supposedly, unless we sink.
They certainly have no ability to travel onwards from here.
Actually, I think I've been meaning to do for a while, actually. Can I kneel down and cast Primeval Awareness?
You can. There is a pulse that goes out. This is interesting. I'm just trying to think how this registers. I guess, for lack of a better word, it's a strange thing. You can you can feel the roar of the sea, but that's just the roar of the sea. You're not picking up the eye, you're not picking up the kraken or anything like that. You get the slightly kind of infernal sense from the skulls. You get Marjorie's little trill, but it's also joined by something else. It's really hard to describe because it's not exactly like anything you've encountered before, but it's sort of familiar.
Okay.
The best
Would it
term
fall
I
into a
can-
broad category?
Let me just look at the categories you have. Because
It's Celestial, Fey, Fiends, Undead, the Kraken, Dragons.
here we go. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm forgetting one, hang on.
No, aberrations.
Aberrations, that's it.
Yeah, and undead. So, weirdly, you're getting a sense of something that's familiar-ish to Marjorie, but also, like, kind of familiar-ish to what you felt to the sort of weird differences, like highs and lows you felt when you were in the City of Golden Law.
Okay.
It's not really any of those. Like, neither Celestial, Fiend, nor Fae. You could, to borrow a term from older editions, you could term this outsider. Certainly there is
okay.
Yeah, it's not exactly that. There is a sense of, there's an echo of what you feel from Marjorie, of a sense of artifice in some way. But it is, but whatever you're feeling, and it feels like there's certainly it within 6 miles, something or some things are in some way magical by their very nature.
Alright. That's not wholly surprising given where we are, but good to know.
I have a question. How far away is the camp from us?
You will sail, here's the thing, you will sail past it on your way north. So it's just a question of whether you want to sail up to it or not. Sailing up to it, let's say, sailing up to it, I would say that there's probably... It's probably as the Marjorie flies, or would fly if she was still capable of flight, for any prolonged distance. I don't know if cockroaches can fly. I don't think they can.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they can a bit. They've got wings.
Oh yeah.
They can hop.
They can. Oh yeah, because I don't
think they can. I could be wrong though.
I have no idea. But certainly, as Marjorie cannot fly in this storm.
Most cockroaches do not fly at all.
But they do have wings.
All species of cockroaches have wings, but not all are good flyers or don't fly at all.
Yeah, I was going to say they're more like land-based.
And cockroaches that are able to fly will usually only do so if the heat or cold conditions encourage it. So actually, it's really freezing.
So yes, Marjorie might be more willing to fly, but she's not making it through a storm. But as the Marjorie would fly, they're probably only about 200 feet from the water's edge.
Oh, that's nothing.
But it is up kind of steep climbing.
Okay. I'm having a thought.
Go on.
So I'm going to say this out of character so that we can talk mechanics, and then I'll suggest it after in. Mirage Arcane, which is a 7th level spell, because I know that you're thinking about spell levels. Basically, it can change up to a mile square, and it is an illusion, but it includes audible, visual, tactile, and olfactory elements. So it can turn clear ground into difficult terrain, or vice versa. Like it says, open fields or a road could be made to resemble a swamp. A pond could be made to seem like a grassy meadow. Like, it can do... I could make a road for them to walk down, by the looks of things. I'm
going to say that you can do more than that. Because you can create sort of... I think you can... is it olfactory? Can you do thermal illusions and everything?
Don't know. Have a look at the spell description.
Yeah.
I think I could do...
Audible, visual...
warms.
Tactile and olfactory elements. Okay.
I would assume that would include, heat.
Heat is not included, but since you are doing tactile effects...
Yeah, that would come into it.
What you can... I will say that what you can do...
Let's forget heat's touch-based.
Is... Although you can't shield them from feeling cold...
Yeah, I can't, change the weather exactly. Yeah.
What you can do is trick them into believing that they are not feeling the wind that is pushing against them, because that is a tactile effect.
But the thing is, the wind actually kind of doesn't happen, because it's that level of illusion.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The wind, they are absolutely going to, like, if you use this to reshape the terrain, they are absolutely still going to be struggling through snow over difficult terrain in horrible windy conditions. However, you can make it so that they do not feel the wind, they do not realize the difficulty, and they
That I don't think that's. I think it does actually make it different terrain. Basically, it literally says it can turn difficult terrain into not difficult terrain, or vice versa.
Yes. So this is my explanation of how this works.
Oh, okay, cool. This is you flavouring it.
This is like me ruling what is actually happening if you cast this. So ultimately,
I think it does actually like stop people having mechanical effects from things.
Yes,
like
yes, it stops the mechanical effect.
Cool.
But like, this is me justifying it.
Cool. That makes sense. Carry on.
You cannot actually change the ground with this. You cannot actually change the environment. So, what would be, 200 to 300 feet of difficult terrain, clambering, and so on, you can make seem to them to be a well-paved road with steps leading down, with windbreaks that are sheltering them from the wind,
all that stuff,
so that everything is a lot easy, looks and feels, and all but apart from the cold, a lot easier to traverse through. Now, that's the good side. Now, the thing is, it is still a nightmarish climb. It is still going through horrifying wind and cold, but what you're basically doing is tricking their bodies into pushing past their limits because they believe that this is not the case. Like, this you're in a life or death situation, so you're definitely doing them a favour, but there is a risk they will damage themselves doing so, because although it is not treated as difficult, they do not treat it as difficult terrain. It's still terrain that is treacherous.
They might do that anyway in
that's fine.
a desperate bid to get to freedom, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So there is a risk of them injuring themselves, and
so I think. I hope you don't mind me talking through mechanics first, but I thought it was pointless us having a whole conversation about it if it was
That's
like
totally
this
fair.
is number one.
Yep.
I will now suggest it in character. So that time that I made a whole city sing in a threatening manner?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I could do that
Sorry,
with...
what?
Don't worry, darling. I'll tell you later. I'm very tired. I can't be bothered to explain it right now. But I think I could do a bit of that, but make them a nice road to walk down, that says, hello, go this way, there's a nice ship there that maybe you'll be a bit more alive on and stuff.
When you say says that, are you is it literally gonna say that, or is it gonna just suggest it by being an inviting route?
So tired that I was kind of thinking of signs, literal arrows.
Okay, signs, yes. If the road starts talking, they might run away.
Yeah, they might go the other way.
But signs, yes, good.
They also might already be cold enough to be hallucinating and stuff, so I don't want to be too, fucking insane.
That's fair.
But yeah, it's a big fucking spell, not gonna lie.
Right,
but
I've got an idea,
I feel like it's probably worth it, right?
Yes, I've got an idea. We can get their attention initially.
What were you gonna say, Corzin?
Launch off one of the fireworks, get their attention, then give them the path to follow.
It seems like a waste of fireworks.
It's one. I've got loads.
No, but I can literally just make the ship glow up and point a load of signs at it. It's
Brilliant.
a mile squared, darling. We're in the mile.
Fine. All right, let's do it.
Right.
All right.
I can literally do a mile.
So, this does, and
what happens? Music goes over the storm. Lots of electric guitar. It's all very dramatic and silly. And Rainbow Spirit basically spills onto the floor like paint, is I think how we've done this before. Spills over the sides of the ship and over the sea. Basically, like acrylic pouring videos. You know, those ones that we all watch sometimes?
Yeah.
Or is that just me?
I've watched this.
No,
They're really fun to
listen,
watch.
They are very relaxing.
They're
really.
very relaxing.
Very
If you haven't watched them, you should. They're very nice. It's like an acrylic pouring video. The Rainbow Spirit goes over basically all the features of the landscape and covers them. And as it pulls away, it leaves... Ellie's tired, so it leaves a yellow brick road. Because I think that's funny. And also because it's a very different colour to all the white and blue and stuff around. So this road is in like very like warm colours.
Yeah.
And it's got, as you say, like big windbreaks around, which are in rainbows because Celestia's brain's just working unhinged at this point. Rainbow windbreaks. And big signs with Celestia's face on it saying, "Come this way, we've got a ship. It's safe. We've got little warm huts on it." Like all the signs like have different things about the ship on them. And also I
voices
make,
telling them to follow the yellow brick road though. That would be too far.
yeah, and I also make our ship literally like glow in rainbows. And there's a big sign for it that just says, "Safety. We got warm stuff here." Like, yeah, and there's music that is like supposed to be comforting all the way through it, but like whether it is or not is your call.
Okay. So, I'm going to say it is.
Cracking.
Basically, although it's kind of weirdly carnival-y, sort of.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining.
Yep, I'm gonna go with that. That's correct.
Little lights flashing on and off around the ship, like little carnival lights.
Oh, and down the edges of the road, there's like flashy lights to light the way. It's a little bit like an airport runway,
Yeah.
basically.
You basically the
Purple.
ice and
No,
snow,
rainbow. Fuck it, everything's rainbow.
smooths into a paved yellow brick road with rainbow sort of multicoloured lights down the side that flash up in like an airport landing strip fashion, like directing them down.
Yeah.
Walls of ice come up as windbreak and suddenly
Like,
become rainbow
Celestia
tinted.
does Mickey Mouse wizard gestures. So all this is happening. Stands on some ludicrous bit of the ship that she shouldn't be able to balance on, because that's fun.
Excellent.
Goes up the crow's nest or whatever. Fuck knows, or on the rigging, improbably.
And following our Wizard of Oz theme, a giant version of Celestia's face appears next to the signs floating in the air pointing safety, shelter, warm things.
Doing
Not
like
a
the
trap.
air hostess gestures.
Yeah.
The entrances are here and here and here.
You've let Celestia do an illusion when she's at already 2 levels of exhaustion. It's about to be a 3rd. It was going to get weird.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's a 3rd now.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
cool.
It's the 3rd level of exhaustion at this point. So, the good news is that this has an obvious and immediate effect.
Yeah, it does take 10 minutes, by the way, just so that you're aware.
Over the as dwarves stare bemusedly over the next 10 minutes.
Just like everything just
starting to-
creeps towards them.
Yeah, starting to like pick them. Some of them beginning to nudge each other and pick their way up as the land transforms around them. Some are a little freaked out by this. Others are just sort of desperate enough, or that they'll take it at this point. Like they don't know what's going on, and a third to a half of them do manage to pick themselves, or in some cases pick each other up and take the risk. They test the ground, seem to find it stable, and begin stumbling forwards.
I will shout at the other two. Word of warning, I don't imagine this is actually like curing anything that they have going on. So there is a slight worry of them dropping halfway through the journey or something.
Don't worry, we'll set up some spaces below for them.
Great.
However, as they begin stumbling their way down the yellow brick road, you do realise that about half of them, aren't. One or two are still looking too spaced out to move, or maybe like too exhausted to proceed. A lot of there are definitely some inside the one stone building which you can see glints of light from within, and presumably whatever fire is producing the smoke. But a lot of them are also still clustered around this rocky outcropping that they've been mining their way into.
Stood around the rocky outcrop. What's that like? Is there a fire on it?
There's not a fire. It's kind of hard to see from the ship what it is they're clustered around. Some of them, you were able to see from distance that some of them were kind of listlessly trying to hit something with picks and mining tools.
Is that what I saw through my spyglass?
Yeah, but from here you're going to need to get up there to take a closer look.
I can't really do anything other than what I'm doing, but they're not a mile away. So if we decide it's the best thing at any point, I could just, in inverted commas, get rid of whatever they're so obsessed with that they have to stay next to it. I could just make that not be there.
I could go see what's going on.
Yeah, it might be best to actually know.
We'll lose the little hut for a little while, but I can always make it when I come back.
Yeah,
try that
for a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like an immediately danger situation, so I'll just go see what they're hacking at.
I guess I'll come up with you.
There you go.
I'm assuming Celestia is still mid-cast, to be honest. That's kind of what it feels like.
This is over the course of the 10 minutes,
this happens.
Wolves are starting to make their way down.
Corzin's been at the wheel for a long time. You're not sure if he's using it to stay upright.
The knuckles are a little pale on it, aren't they?
Yeah. Could just be the cold.
Performance check to see how convincing I am for not tired. Ooh, it's not a 1, but it's a 2 then, so that's 17, which is not great for Celestia. If you know Celestia well, it's very obvious that she's knackered. If you don't know her, you might think she's getting away with it.
Yeah.
As you kind of Scamp, as you stagger your way up the yellow brick road. In this case, that points yellow steps, brick steps. Victory kind of half leaning on you, half for support, half giving you support, gives you a wry look. Kind of wishing we got the giant magical marquee at this point.
Yeah, but also that guy was a dick.
Yeah, he was.
That person was an absolute arsehole, and I didn't want to take anything from them. But, I would have. Pride ain't that big. But yeah. I don't think we had the energy to stop that and get people to safety, so.
Yeah, getting people to safety is the main priority.
Yeah,
come on.
It is.
We're going to make it.
We are.
One of the walls just goes, "Go, Scamp and Victory!"
Oh, that's so creepy.
You're doing so well! Just every so often.
It's just the way that she makes her face appear in the wall like that.
It's awful. It's awful. But you can't tell her because she'll do it more.
You're the coolest! I don't know why it's so high pitched, but it is.
Half encouraging, half aggravating. Tinny cheers of encouragement.
Yay!
From Celestia. You manage to make your way up towards the both the sort of forge hut, whatever it is, and the rock face. You can definitely see what the dwarves are obsessing over is the bright side. It appears that nothing short of a boulder of some sort of brilliant, shiny, silvery material that you think is unworked mithril.
Ugh.
Which, honestly, like, in this form, because electrolysis has not been invented yet, and this large, is indeed a treasure trove.
Mm-hmm.
It is also frozen in, like, into the ground. Like, beyond just, like, the actual freezing, it seems that enough ice and snow has, like, landed on it to have compacted it further into the ground. And the dwarves are trying to prise or crack it free, but are obviously too exhausted to be making more progress than the storm is doing in sealing it shut.
If it could be gotten free, is it a thing that could be transported? Or is this we need to persuade them to stop this shit situation?
It could be transported. It is the better part of... Like, it'd be transported great if you had a wagon.
Yeah.
But it is a single boulder, effectively, of mithril. So, certainly a healthy group of dwarves would be able to, like, you know, collectively, especially if they had some sort of, like, lifting aids or like ropes or so on, pick it up and either drag it or lift and carry it. There's enough dwarves around to do that.
What size category is it?
I mean, one moment. There's a spell for this, isn't there? And I'm just going to check what the maximum...
I mean, look...
There's two spells for this.
There's two spells for this. I am going to say that this is huge. Yes, this is a huge boulder of mithril.
Okay.
One of the walls goes, throw up some sparks or some shit if you need the boulder gone.
I mean, yeah, assuming you message back to Celestia that there is a boulder.
Yeah,
I will amend that to the thing, because
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Because then the sentence still stands,
Yeah.
to be honest. And that's just player knowledge getting in the way.
So,
Is there any rock holding it in place, or is it just snow and ice?
At
So
this
just
point,
snow
it's
and ice.
mostly looking like snow and ice. It looks like there might be a few bits of, it's technically still in the ground, but it looks like they got most of it excavated before this basically just froze over enough that, and judging from the damage to their tools, that's also been another factor in them not being able to get out at this late stage. You really get a sense that this dwarven expedition was just not quite supplied enough for where it's got to.
Can I chuck a couple of firebolts at it and just see if there's any effect, and whether that, like, a bunch of firebolts would get it loose at least?
Okay.
Just as an experiment to see if it's got a chance.
You would just blast it with a series of firebolts. The answer is slightly mixed effect. You are able to crack... you do see it melt or crack the ice in places. It freezes up almost as quickly as you can blast it, but not as quickly as you can blast it. You see two ways of solving this with firebolts. Finesse or endurance. You can either use your choice of Arcana, Nature, Profession Mining, if anyone has it, that's all relevant, or or I guess Architecture and Engineering, if you have that. Oh wait, no, that's 3rd edition, or some equivalent, to try and blast the specific point, blast it at the weak points enough to try and get it loose. Or you can go at it for a sustained period, potentially with Victory. Can Victory help? Victory can cast small bolts of lightning instead. She can do jolts, which will have some effect, but not as much. And you can basically weather. If you're willing to stand out there, then you can try and weather it with essentially a Constitution save.
I mean, the con save is definitely a better bet for me.
Yeah, and you're only on one level of exhaustion so
2
far.
levels.
So it's not
2.
Oh, 2, okay.
So you're not at you're not yet.
You're not at
taking
disadvantage yet.
Disadvantage.
And my con save is higher than any of those skills. Or I can try and persuade the fuckers to leave.
Oof. Up to you.
I mean, regardless, we're getting a level of exhaustion. I'm going to try just bashing it and see if I can free it up, because who knows, a giant rock and mithril might be useful.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In which case, can I ask you for a Constitution save, please?
Are tides active?
Tides are now active.
Right, so I can use them.
Oh, sorry, yes. Tides will be active if you use
Active.
this.
Yeah, but they're available.
Yeah, tides are available.
I will do that, just in case.
Tides are no longer available.
Mm-hmm.
I can't bloody see those. Where are they? 17. Not brilliant.
I'm going to say, because you, the rules are slightly different for saves over checks, though, that with Victory assisting you and essentially trying to block, I would say Victory provides you some assistance with, what does she have? Okay, with some carefully, she tells the dwarves to back away, and with a handful of carefully positioned thunder waves, actually several repeated thunder waves, as she kind of judges that the lightning bolt is not the solution here, but repeated shockwave damage might help crack it free. The pair of you are able to get the giant rock loose enough to move and successfully break it free. You do gain your point of exhaustion, but by spending some spells, Victory was able to assist you and give you the equivalent of a +2.
Oh.
So, as you with the rock now free, the dwarves, kind of their eyes still bleary, light up, and they begin gabbling to each other, grabbing ropes.
I'm just going to animate it.
Excellent.
Start it moving, and I'll just follow.
And they blink in wonder as the rock picks itself up.
Get your friends out the houses. We're going. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Let's see what happens then. So you tell them to get the friends out of the houses. The dwarves do so. That one of them staggers up to the foundry, bangs on the door, and a grizzled-looking old dwarf peers out with kind of a soot-stained beard and slightly mad-looking eyes.
I haven't looked outside yet, and then you look out, and suddenly there's this yellow brick road, with all these signs and singing, and a giant mithril ball floating away down the road.
And just on the wind, a cry of, "I'm tired and don't have any more motivational phrases, but you're all doing great."
What in the flying fuck is going on? The dwarf kind of slaps nods off, shakes his head a bit. You can see now inside that there is like a working sort of forge, smelter and smithy, where they've clearly placed the last of the wood because they've been trying to make something. And the last this one dwarf kind of looks at it and goes, "You found the Mother Lord then," but glances back for a moment at the forge. "Go! The rest of you just go. Can I leave this be?"
Oh no.
He kind of drags. He stumbles back to whatever the hell he's working on. The rest of the dwarves at this point, honestly, look between like whatever he is working on and the giant mithril boulder and the road to safety. And at this point decide, yeah, fuck it, like it's time to go.
The little phrases that are coming out of the road gradually turn from like a cute little motivational voice to Celestia just saying things like, "Please, you're all gonna die of exposure out here. Hurry up, it's cold." Like, it's just like the voice lowers to Celestia's actual voice. It just gets less patient as she gets tired.
You hear the sound of frenzied hammering or clanking, or like the blaze roaring a fire, but you kind of turn your backs on it and will just work on accompanying these.
It's his problem if he wants to stay at this point.
These mad bastards down towards the ship. At this point, you've got the first half of them have now just about managed to make it to the ship itself. When you hear a frenzied cry from above, from the ford. "At last, I've done it!" And with one last clang, you hear something crack, and the cracking spread down the ice through the yellow brick road. As the ground begins to sunder with
Why would he do that?
whatever the fuck
What is he doing?
there.
What is wrong with this person?
And as you begin scrabbling as the hill begins, essentially the glacier slash hill this is on begins to fall apart.
One of the walls just goes, "For fuck's sake." It's just like Celestia's stream of consciousness at this point.
I love it. It's horrible.
Looking at what's going on around you then, so Celestia has acted, Scamp has acted.
I think Celestia is acting, really.
Acting,
Like, it's still. I feel like we're still in this 10 minutes, right?
Oh, you're still in this 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Although, to be honest, at this stage, the yellow brick road is starting to lose its value. It's like you're keeping it together, but you are very conscious of the fact that there's a limit to which you can disguise the increasingly growing fissures, or rather a limit to how much you want to disguise the increasingly growing fissures in the land.
Yeah, because I can't make new structures, so I couldn't get rid of like a giant crack.
And also, you can only create the illusion of new structures. If a crack
Like, the whole point is, again, I can make
you can make difficult terrain
into not difficult terrain.
What you can't do, so you can make rough, broken ground seem to be smooth.
I can't get rid of a big crack that somebody
But if
falls
there's
down.
if there's just like a 5-foot gap, you can make it look like it's not there, but the 5-foot gap is still there.
Can I make walls around cracks?
You can.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would like to make
Right, you
walls
start
and
making
barriers.
walls appear around where you notice the cracks are, just to discourage them from.
She's like forgotten
That's
to
really
stop the
sensible.
walls talking. You just hear her going, fuck, like swearing walls.
Get the fuck back! Come on.
Okay. I'm going to say
Corzin just holding the ship steady.
you can. There is a handful. There are a handful of people still making their way down, struggling after the mithril boulder that's sort of moving with increasing urgency. And as the mountain, as the glacier cracks aside, you can see a handful of dwarves are looking like they're going to be in positions where they either need to try and jump, or they're going to fall, or they need to make their way exhausted across increasingly more treacherous parts. Every second is counting. At this stage, you can see that Victory's looking over this, and you can see her hair, already just flailing in the wind, starting to stand on end. She's definitely preparing to cast something. The question is whether anyone else wants to try anything before she expends what is definitely going to be a high-level spell.
I think I'm taken up.
You're taken up?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm concentrating on the boulder, because if I stop, the dwarves will stop for it, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, unless you,
yeah, if I've got anything that's not concentration, but is anyone on anything less than 3 levels of exhaustion? They're not, are they?
No.
I think you're all on 3, so the question is, do any of you want to risk a 4th?
I don't really buy that while you're doing a 7th level spell you can do anything else, to be honest.
No.
I don't. That doesn't feel true to me, particularly.
Alright, that's fair enough.
Unless there is a way I can use this spell to help.
No,
but I don't think so.
It would be combined with some sort of check.
Yeah.
And it would do 4th, but no, that's fine. In which case, Victory's going to do this. As the last of the dwarves scramble, it's going to be, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the dwarves find themselves in essentially inescapable peril. 2 are trapped on the far side of an increasingly widening gap. 1 is now loses their footing, leaning and starts to slide down the ice. Another is caught as a crack opens and starts to fall, and another, using the wall to guide him, just falls through the wall that isn't there because he put too much weight into it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
They absolutely believe the wall is there and put slightly too much weight on it, and would have fallen regardless. It does.
I don't think that's how Mirage Arcane works. But
right. By and large, okay. I'm gonna point out that I'm not nullifying how your spell works.
okay.
By and large, most of the dwarves
I'm not
avoid the falling into the cracks because the walls are coming up, and either showing them, giving them a reason not to go that way, or they imagine themselves using them for support, and that helps them gain more secure footing.
Cool.
Right. The one dwarf who is already on increasingly just falling over icy terrain.
I also can't get rid of a crack. It says the terrain remains the same shape.
Is leaning on the wall too heavily when the floor kind of disappears under him, and he falls through the wall.
Yeah. Also, there'd be a level of keeping up with cracks as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If loads are appearing.
You are fighting to maintain everything you can.
Yeah.
So this is he's mostly just fallen foul the fact that you cannot literally shape terrain with this spell. You can do a lot, but a crack is still a crack. Regardless, in this moment, 5 of the dwarves find themselves trapped or falling when Victory, utterly ragged, raises her arms like a conductor, and a and just a thuddering blast of lightning and thunder crackles out of her. Gusts of wind burst in every direction and catch the falling dwarves, driving them up with the power of the 7th level's flight spell, which can thus affect this 5 targets, and allowing them to coast safely onto the ship. With the expenditure of the spell, she herself is able to fling herself over the one of the increasingly growing cracks and stumble in. Actually, I think no. And land herself on the boulder of Mithril, just about hugging tight to it as it makes its way with the dwarves onto the ship. Victory is on 4 levels of exhaustion now.
Yay, 6 is death, isn't it?
Yep.
Cracking.
Yep.
This is fine.
Although 5 is you can't move anymore.
And 4 is your maximum hit points are now halved.
Wow.
So that's taken Victory's hit points down to half. Okay. Nevertheless, with the exception of whatever mad dwarf was up there making something that caused an earthquake.
I love how all of us were just like, nah, fuck that. I'll leave him to it.
I was half thinking maybe if we get everyone there, if there's time, we'll try and do something, but no, he fucked himself.
As soon as he was like, I'm staying, we're like, well,
hammer.
Die then.
Enjoy.
Maybe he lived.
I mean, maybe.
Or maybe he went
I mean, what
down
was he
this
making?
You
Got to ask one of the dwarves at some point.
Yeah, we're going to ask one of the
As
dwarves.
you sail away, you catch briefly, like on the faintly on the wind, the sound of mad laughter and
nutter.
a bedraggled, soot-stained dwarf raising up some sort of silvery ring.
God.
Oh, right, okay.
Ring of an earthquake. Horrifying.
However, whatever the hell is going on there is swallowed up by the snowstorm. You have successfully saved all the dwarves. Your ship is now packed, and even more so because there is a huge boulder of mithril taking up additional space, and the dwarves are like hugging it for dear life. And they're not, because it's a giant metal boulder. They do so realise that their clothes and their beards are sticking to it, and just
Give it a face.
yeah. while you're in the square mile,
Got 2 big eyes, a little straight mouth, and little fat cheeks. It's going.
Perfect.
and yeah, the mithril boulder just goes
Yep.
at them. In your
I wasn't worth dying for, it says.
That says, fuck you all. I can assure you.
Yeah.
I can do stuff where I'm standing. It gets weird.
Okay. You journey on into what may well be the final stretch, with
a mile later, the sea stops saying weird things that come into Celestia's head. There's no
Everyone who
filter.
doesn't need to be on deck below and conserve body heat.
Huddle together for warmth, says the sea.
as much as you can.
Do a huddling.
The dwarves. Yeah, the hatches are wide enough. Obsessively bring the damn mithril boulder with them.
Put the fucking boulder down, says the sea.
It might roll off into the sea.
What the fuck is wrong with you all?
We came so far for this.
Get your fucking priorities in order.
Says the boulder.
Yeah. It just like things around them are just like, you know when you're so tired like you can't stop talking?
Yeah.
It's like that. But the problem is Celestia is everywhere in a mile radius right now, so it gets real weird.
We know how to store a load evenly. It's not going to tip over the side.
In the distance, there, faintly, you think you can now see a column of what feels like a column of light outlining some distant spire or structure above the twisting maze of cliffs, ice sheets and icebergs, trapped within a furiously driving snowstorm. You find yourself... I said before the cold was not maintaining the morale, keeping people warm and so on was not straining you.
Mm-hmm.
Now it will.
Yeah.
The cold cuts in down to your bones. Ice, snow turns in places to hailstones, first the size of peas and then the size of golf balls. Dagger-like shards of ice begin to strike the ship. And I'm going to say,
Corzin just yells up at the sky, "Oh, come on!"
"Oh yeah, the storm either fucking loves you or hates you."
Oh, fuck this!
And so the first of the threats you face is just the cold. What do you want to do to mitigate it?
I am going to do the hut again and just cycle people in and out, recasting it each time.
Okay.
I will continue, although I don't imagine it will make much of a dent. It's what I would do. I'll continue looking for the coldest people, sending them to the hut, and also the people who look slightly less cold than those people that I'm starting to worry about. I will warm clothes up and stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, or drinks, whatever helps.
Okay. I'm going to say that this would make a difference, but the level of cold, the level of people is becoming enough of an issue that you need to solve this problem either through exhausting coordination in some manner, either stirring people up to keep going, or keeping enough order to force them to rotate out, because the people who are warm do not want to leave, and the people who are cold are getting cold enough. You're having to force them into the warm, or you can again kind of try to just endure this. I'm trying to think of what. Fundamentally, you're casting a spell and keeping it going. Scamp. I would say that. I'm trying to think of this. Between you and Victory, you could maybe try and just... Actually, no, I'd say it's either going to be Scamp or someone else is just going to have to stay out... someone either needs to stay out in the cold, exhausting themselves by just persistently making people get into the damn huts, or identify things, or this needs to be a triumph of organization.
I will happily do the bitching, persuading, if that's what keeps everyone alive.
All right.
Can I assist Celestia in this?
This is an interesting question. ordinarily, I'd say that an assistant would use up your action. I will note that because you have the thing that makes a difference. What I will let you do is you can roll, Corzin, you can roll your own either persuasion, or if you want to just do it through orders, bargain orders, intimidation.
I think mine becomes intimidation. I've lost patience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, get fuck in the heart at this point.
And if you hit a certain threshold, I will allow you to do. I will allow it to count as aiding Celestia to counteract the disadvantage.
I will roll
I
intimidation.
will wait for Corzin, thank you.
Yes.
Natural 1, but lucky.
Hey.
Alright, that is a 14.
Okay. And you rolled it with disadvantage?
Yes.
Cool. Which of the two is the lower?
The 14 was the lower.
Okay. That's enough to count as assisting. So you bark, you bark your own orders, you try and muster people up. Celestia, however, you are done with this shit, so...
Yeah, lost patience.
Make your intimidation roll, please.
So do I get a straight one?
Straight one.
That is maths. 28.
Okay. You are, so
They've been, real cheerful for this
fucking
whole time. They've
done
just
with
had enough. Yeah.
You get to the point where you are just grabbing people and dragging them into warmth. You may not have the whip out, but they feel the tongue lashings you give them.
You get the vaguest hint of Celestia has army training from a while ago.
Like
you out, you in. It gets like that, you know.
yeah, there are sharp orders. You kind of say some pretty hurtful things to the dwarves, like obsessing over their mithril boulder, but they work.
Mm-hmm.
If you do not get away from that fucking boulder, it is going over the side with you attached to it.
They seem to uncertain about what fate is worse, and then decide to leave the boulder in shifts. Nevertheless, that is a success. You are able to start bringing the.
Number 4 on the exhaustion.
Oh
I
yes,
imagine.
you're onto 4 points of exhaustion now.
I think Celestia just might be getting a little baby hypothermia at this point. To be
It's not
honest.
looking great.
Yeah.
But
Do I also have 4 levels of exhaustion now?
No, you didn't. I'm
Okay.
going to say you can still act, but that was just to
All
see
right.
if you could make a difference.
Fair.
With a... nevertheless, you continue sailing forwards through the ice, through the snow. The crew are not succumbing to bitter exhaustion and exposure, but that doesn't change the difficulty of the terrain. Because it turns out, as you begin sailing through passageways, high cliffs of ice beside you, like I said, some of it's ice sheet, some of it's iceberg, and you realise that the path ahead is growing narrower in a very sort of Jason and the Argonauts crushing cliffs sort of way.
Okay.
And so is the path behind. The iceberg to the right is starting to drift towards the ice wall to the left.
Magic can't go through the hut, and if I leave the hut, it breaks. What happens if I stick a hand outside?
Technically, apart from your hand getting very cold, that won't displace the hut.
So I could cast from inside the hut as long as I'm willing to stick part of me outside it.
Yes. Yeah, if this was a combat scenario, someone might then try and shoot at that. But in this case, your hand just gets fucking freezing.
But I could start chucking some fireballs at bits of the thing ahead to try and clear a bit of it and keep it open.
You certainly can try that, yes. My question to you is, do you want to finesse this using a few fireballs and an Arcana check? Do you want to brute force this by using a 6th level spell or higher to create some sort of mega fireball to blast a path clear? Or do you want to throw magic at this by spending a total of 18 levels worth of fireballs?
Jesus.
One moment, please. That's
Pause for maths. It's a pause for maths. Maths type pause.
Literally going to get a calculator out because
I literally just did a calculator to divide 78 by 2, and so like no one's judging.
I will say that, yeah.
I wouldn't give her some decent bow guns right now.
I wouldn't mind a bow gun, but pointed at that guy who won't get out of the fucking hut. Gets a look. He moves. Because I got a 28, so he fucking moves.
Frantically panics, scrambles out, makes his way straight back to the mithril boulder.
You there, get out of the damn hut before I cut your balls off before they freeze off. You, get in the bloody hut. You look freezing, fuck's sake.
So that's 4, 10.
So very many
I can
maths.
do it. I'm going to use all my spells, but I can do not all of them. I'll hold on to my 7th, my 8th. I will use 3 level 3 spells so that's 9 levels worth.
Yep.
Then I will burn 2 second level spells and 2 first level spells to get 10 sorcery points, which I will then turn into 2 third level spells, which I will then cast again for a total of 15 levels worth of points. And then I will burn 5 of my normal sorcery points, but I just have some still, to get another third level and do another 3 levels, totaling 18 levels of spells or 6 fireballs.
Pause for applause.
I now have nothing under a 6th, but I do have half my sorcery points back still, so I could turn them back into a spell as needed.
Is this perhaps a significant action, would we say?
I would say this is indeed a significant
Robbie did a
action.
significant action, fucking hell, let alone Scamp. I did maths.
Okay, this takes you to, I think Victory's the only one who went to 4th before, so this takes you to 4 levels of exhaustion now, Scam. As with a final, as you put your hands out, step to the edge of the glowing heart, kind of peer, and just as the ship is sort of like gunning it forwards, start launching fireballs at ahead of the ship, smashing into the iceberg. It causes a portion of the iceberg to shatter and slink and fall into the sea, widening it. You blast another, widening the path ahead again, shattering and sending and creating a wide enough gap that the Kraken's Bane is going to make it. It's not the Kraken's Bane. It's not the Kraken's Bane.
It's not the Kraken. We don't know what the name of this ship is.
What is it called?
Stardust,
Does it have a name?
I
Good
believe.
Ship Stardust. Thank you.
Good Ship
The Good Ship
Stardust.
Stardust.
I named it
Looks like
because
it's
you let me do a sending at the beginning of this.
Looks like it is going to make it. With one as you make, and you can see as you sail up through this channel, the iceberg starts crashing into the wall behind you. But because Scamp has been blasting paths open up ahead, it's like it crashes it crashes at the back, and then the walls crunching together seem to be chasing the good ship Stardust, getting closer and closer. But you're going to make it. The winds are still with you. You're approaching the end of the tunnel of this passageway as it widens up, when with a crack and with a thunderous crack, lightning strikes the iceberg wall up ahead, and you see a massive shelf of ice starting to fall down into the path. You might be able to sail past it if you're quick enough.
Okay.
Unless you could think of a way to stop the basically iceberg falling from above. So, how do you want to get through this?
How big is this piece of ice that's falling?
Oh, it's about the size of the ship.
Right. Okay.
Maybe a little bigger. Certainly
We're gonna have to
good
try and maneuver
100-foot
around it, I
cross.
think.
I don't think I have anything big enough, to be honest. Destructive wave's like a 30 foot radius. That's not legit.
I do, but it is gonna be 5.5 levels of exhaustion.
Yeah. Would really good sailing work? How many levels is Corzin?
If you can sail really fucking well, you might be able to get out of the canyon, out of this this crash just before.
We're basically going to have to thread the needle, I think.
Yeah. If we can afford to take one of us to 4 rather than one of us to 5, that'd be the way to do this, won't it? I do have one more inspiration.
If we
Corzin
need
actually
it.
at this point is going to take the handful of coffee beans.
Fair.
Ooh.
Yeah, which means that you are making this. You're effectively making this at 2 levels of exhaustion instead of 3.
Which isn't going to change your check.
Does that do anything?
No, because it's not an attack or a save, is it?
Well, it's
Yeah, this would be a sailoring check.
It still checks.
But I will
it's
say
okay.
that for the purposes of this, I'm going to say, because you're taking this is going to shoot you down to 5th afterwards. I'm going to say I'm going to count the use of exhaustion as giving you advantage,
Yeah.
for the purposes of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the coffee, I'll say the coffee gives you advantage. You're just going to pay for it later.
Cool.
alright.
Yeah.
Sailoring then.
If this doesn't work, I can reverse gravity on the bit of air where it is falling, and it will just go back up until we go past. But that is going to be a big spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather not if we can avoid it.
Alright, let's try this.
I will give you. Can I give him inspiration?
You can.
Is that allowed? Is that not
It is
an
allowed.
extra
Yeah.
thing? I
Do you
go.
have any left?
I go. Either the captain threads the needle, or we're all fucking smushed. I just give Corzin a desperate look, and somehow that's inspiration.
Excellent. Okay, here we go.
Just run out of positive.
Certainly incentive.
Alright. That's not terrible, but I am going to use the inspiration because I don't
D12.
want to take any chances. Oh, yes. Okay. That is a 30.
Oh hell yeah!
You finding crunching down the coffee beans.
Crit on the
with-
inspiration there.
with the
Nice.
sudden burst of desperate energy and adrenaline that the situation, the look in Celestia's eyes, the caffeine.
Come on, you bastard!
You manage to whip the crew into shape just long enough. You run over, you grab sails, ropes yourself for help, just things. I'm going to say you just take over the helm for a moment, and you manage to steer the ship through as the iceberg is coming down, and it misses the ship. It misses the aft of the ship by, well, not a hair on your head's breadth, but probably like a hair as in the small jumping animal's breadth.
Okay, As it splashes down behind him, Corzin is going to look over his shoulder and go, "Horseshoes and hand grenades!" and keep on going.
You again ride the wave. It's not the only thing that explodes. Scamp, roll 2d100s.
Oh, good. 80
Okay.
and 92.
I mean,
Both very high.
yeah. A moment of cheer or a moment of grace. Take your pick.
Woohoo. Let's say a moment of grace, just in case.
Okay, you feel a familiar sort of thrumming, like sensation of vitality fill your body, but no other immediate effect. You, as the final wave carries you forwards, you find yourselves piercing the heart of the storm. The curtains of eternal white blizzard give way to a clear, open plain. Ice all around, and just almost solid seeming walls of snowstorm in every direction. And above, a clear blue sky. Up ahead of you, beside a series of stone piers and platforms, looking a little weather-worn, but certainly in good enough shape, you can see there is a well-built stone tower of kind of a familiar design. It reminds you a little bit of some of the older Sulian architecture you've seen, or maybe a bit of some of the towers you saw back in Brighthall, or even in Wending. The ship floats serenely towards the dock, and it takes you a moment as the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus pets of you stare up at the sky and then the tower to realise that the ship is silent.
What? I literally go and have a look over the side to see if the water's still moving.
The water's still moving. Like, there's the gentle lapping of waves. Though it's way less, like, dramatic than it should be given the, storm outside. It's more like a gentle lapping. But much more immediate an appearance, you suddenly realise, is the complete absence of your crew, the survivors, basically everyone.
What about the mithril boulder?
I want to say the mithril boulder's still there.
Okay.
Those wolves are going to be pissed.
Everyone except the grizzled-looking halfling helmsman.
Yeah.
Still got a hand on the tiller.
Where's everyone gone?
Features shift a little as he speaks. Aye. In a sense, they were never here. In another sense, they were. I'm not so cruel as to use living people in my tests.
That's a nice change.
Nice to meet you. The sea.
Aye. Oceanos So they tell me.
Oceanus, good name.
I see. I was the sorcerer of passion, of justice.
We know a justice.
Pleased to meet you.
Are you gonna sweep us off the ship if we just, like, if we have a little sit while we talk?
Not at all.
Great.
You have earned your rest. There's
Yay!
something, as the features change and shift a little, just enough, instead of the sailor's outfit, instead of the kind of ragged sailor's gear he's wearing before, you see still a halfling in his maybe late 90s, early
Okay.
hundreds. So getting on a bit, but still with strength and vitality to him. With greying hair and sort of greying hair and grey eyes, and the uniform of a time before uniforms. Chainmail and an old tunic worn with the comfort of someone who's worn them for decades, is used to the weight and feel of them even at rest, which honestly isn't something you should normally do unless you're someone who campaigns a lot. And if so, stretch. Very important lesson.
Yeah.
This is a figure that two of you have seen before with your own eyes, and one of you, and Corzin, you faintly recognise from like old pictures and tapestries, though the features are a little different. This is Petroleo.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't look at you with any sense of recognition, but through different scenarios you have seen him before. So he looks at Scamp and Victory. Well, I've got bad news and good news. He looks to Scamp first. I like you, and you certainly have the right instincts. All of you do. But the flavour of your magic is not mine.
Nah, I didn't think so.
Yours isn't a type I entirely recognise. You remind, well, not exactly me, but I think you would have reminded one of the me's that came after this me of a friend of theirs. Don't know if you've met the Reaper of Time yet.
Yeah.
Just
Who is he speaking to at this point?
Scamp.
Right.
Huh.
You're not quite there, but there's something that resonates a little. Maybe
That's
it's in the
interesting.
attitude, or the nature, or it's a path I see in you. I see that as a path you could take, or could have taken. But you're not them, and you're not me. What I will say, though, is you're the kind of sorcerer that I would have been proud to travel with.
Thank you.
It's always a struggle. Always a balance. Trying to preserve enough of yourself to make a difference. And we don't always make it through. We don't always have enough to give. And sooner or later, we do hit the point where there is little more. Victory pipes up. Yeah, but is that a good enough excuse? Because the point is, we can do more. We can do so much more. And if we don't, who will? Now you remind me of me. I very nearly thought you were me. There's something in you that, in the magic, definitely, the feel of it, the style of it, it's very nearly the same as mine. There is something of the sea about you. And I think that maybe we may be made of the same stuff. What do you mean? We're made of passion, but made of a drive to see things right, no matter the cost. I'm a fighter. I try not to be. But every life that's made it here, I fought. Because there were always causes worth fighting for. There were always monsters to slay and wrongs to right. And I don't mean in the way that the fucking Dawn one does. I mean, there was always something where if I didn't act, who was going to? I know exactly what you mean. Well, no, it's a heavy fucking burden to bear. But that you have the strength to bear it. That you don't need to bear it alone. Even if, in time, you may find that you do. To be the storm is to stand through all adversity. To fight against what should not be. And to weather. Because it will cost. It will cost so much. But you can't turn away from it. I suppose not. Not without. Not while I'm me. You were forged of justice. Some would say we strayed into vengeance almost, with that such as the passion that we have. But you were forged of the same stuff as me. But I know you're not me. And if I could leave this place, I'd be very excited to see what sort of legend you forge. Just make sure it's the right one, for the right cause. Oh, don't worry. I've got a cause. Good on you. So, first things first. The boat sort of gently rocks a little as it makes contact with the shore, and Petrolaine walks over to the gangplank, picks it up and sort of picks it up himself and sort of lowers it down so that it'll hit the pier. I imagine you're all fucking exhausted.
Yeah.
Just a
Yeah,
bit.
just a little bit.
Yep.
Looks at Corzin. Oh, you, my son, are gonna drop in any minute. Soon as the adrenaline sorry, soon as the fight wears off, so you'll be glad to know that the tower does have some very relaxing baths. They are warm.
I maybe love you. I know we've just met, but yeah, it's happened.
And it looks like all of you can do a bit of magic.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Including Shanty?
Lisa Shanty. Can you do magic? One moment.
Roll for Shanty's skills. I love this. I love this as a thing that we do.
I mean, I remember learning like the fundamentals. Certainly,
Amazing.
Like, I definitely feel like I could. I don't know. I don't have any tools or materials, but maybe I could do some. Do a spot of wizardry.
We've still got a phone, darling.
That's actually a good point. Maybe I could use the phone.
Yeah, if you want to borrow it, go for it.
Okay, phone usage. Apparently, has fucking decent, rolled an 18, wizard aptitude. I'm going to say may be able to cast through phone. So we'll look at that later.
Yeah. Might not be charged or whatever, but it's up to you.
Right, I'm not entirely sure how I can do what I can do with that. He looks at the phone a little bewildered.
Oh, I don't understand either, darling. Don't worry.
He doesn't seem to perceive your spirit. Well, does he? No. He doesn't perceive your spirit. He doesn't perceive your spirits. At least doesn't appear to. It says, I mean, I've literally seen the pair of you casting spells this whole time. So.
Oh, probably. Yeah, tired.
And from the looks of you, neither of you is a wizard, so I assume that either you're clerics or you've got your own arrangement with the spirits.
Not. I'm a rebel cleric. I don't know. I'm not a cleric.
I've journeyed with people like you before. So, there might still be something I can do. Come on. I think for the pair of you, it'll have to be a draft you'll need to drink that might do something helpful for how your spirits interpret things.
Cracking.
The pair of you, I think I can teach a spell.
Ooh.
At least a way to shape your magic. It'll take a little while, but I thoroughly encourage you to spend certainly at least the next 8 hours, and honestly, you can stay a little bit longer than that in the tower before you make your way on. And we'll go over how to teach you. And I'll go over teaching the pair of you, make you two something up that you can drink that might help your spirits do this. And I'm going to teach you parts of my magic. No offense, but I think I've got a fair bit with storms I can do. I mean, not to the level I can just control the storm. That sure would be useful. You'll find that sort of thing in time. Don't worry. No, this is something that took a bit of finesse. Like I said, you don't need to take your journey alone. But along the way, sometimes the people who travelled with you, well, they won't manage to weather the storm. He looks back at the wall of as you begin staggering your way away from the ship, away from that ship and towards the tower. He looks back and says, "Everyone you met out there is someone I knew or met and got to know enough to remember."
I did wonder when you said they weren't real, but...
For a time, then, I can teach you ways to give memory form. Someone or someones will need to... It depends on what versions what style of this particular spell you want to master, but a way to bring some aid back from the past at a time you need it. Won't last forever. Might only last a short time. But someone, as you remember them, to stand by your side. Now let's get you some baths and into the warm.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Are our spirits looking as knackered as we are?
They're looking a little threadbare, a little bit...
Rainbow Spirit is around Celestia like a blanket, as though it's going to help.
Yeah.
Like,
I was going to say,
survive.
I think the octopus would be like giving Corzin a slight back rub.
Yeah.
Aww.
A little thin and reedy in places.
8-limbed back rub.
Ooh.
That'd be amazing. It'd be nearly as good as Sam's shoulder massages, but not quite.
Yeah, nothing quite reaches that level.
He's really extra good.
You're very kind.
Phenomenal.
Like a magical octopus. Like there's that whole massage like thing with like cupping where they use like vacuum cups.
Yeah.
And suckers. Which sounds awful, but apparently is very nice.
It sounds like awful and great at the same time to me. I don't know. Very mixed feelings about it.
Regardless, however, as you stumble into the tower in search of promised heat and rest, we're going to pick up there with any parting words for the storm and your journey on to the next part of the Cirrus Citadel next time. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
We're bitter worn from being tossed on tempest waves to save the lost. But having made safe port at last, for region's sake I need a bath.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.